Yeah, this truck kind of bumping.
It is. I'm glad I found it. I found it relatively recently, so we get to...
Yeah. Saved.
For sure. Just like that fucking mid-journey that I sent you a fucking minute ago.
The fucking Nilla core.
Yeah.
That's unhinged. How could you ever
It
come
should
up with
be.
something so fucking stupid?
Hey, man.
Dude, I look at your meal and it's so Nilla-core to me, you know? It's just like...
Exactly.
You know, I look at it and I just think Nilla wafers, you know? Isn't that crazy? Wow.
Even crazier that one of the four was actually like a viable, like, wow. Kind of thoughtful. But in any case, I think Tony's just getting out of something, so he'll be over here in a minute or two. But does anybody want to champion the recap? Or volunteer that we don't need one? Can go either way. In which case, I will give it in a very brief fashion.
I can give the recap.
Then you may.
We're back. We're so back.
I'm still waiting for the fucking Jackie us talking to them about the mayor clip.
Yeah, I got a lot of uploads to do, but we will get there. But they are all recorded.
That clip doesn't exist. It never happened. There never was a mayor. Arkham is actually run by a council of aldermen. Okay. Let's see. Let's hit the highlights. We got a lot. We got a lot of letters in the mail. We got one.
That's good.
From the writers for Charles. That was saying that their elder has woken up from his snooze. We got another one from Mr. Powell saying that come and visit him, preferably sometime tonight. But it is on the move. It is not an official Elysium yet. We got another letter for Tom. Of the contents, I don't think I'm aware. I don't think Tom said.
Back real quick.
No problem.
That's convenient, isn't it?
We also got another invitation to head out to Fiber V Towers. Where highlight of the night, we got to meet the heavy hitters. We met Piper, who is, I believe, an Alistor.
Yes.
Fluin, of course, is an Archon. Aisha, who is also another Archon.
Or at least both in
fellas.
service to the Archons, but technical
Yes.
definitions. Camarilla, Ivory Tower, nod, bow.
Rah. We met some other funny-looking fellas from a place called Kyrak. I don't know, kind of a
My
weird
home.
place.
It's a very foreign place. You're not well traveled. You wouldn't understand.
That's right. Sorry, I only ever go to the civilized areas. The East and the Northeast. And Texas.
John, put that on the bot right now.
He's gone. He came out. Welcome back, John.
Oh,
You must have disconnected there, bud.
Yeah, I got a song for us to play
Sure.
while John gives
Alright,
us.
leaves like I was having some internet issues there. That's kind of weird. Anyway, where did we leave off? Right, so
I don't play this. I don't have
Yeah.
admin. Put this on the bot right now.
Yeah, sure. I will do both.
be glad that the only option I have is to kick you, not disconnect you. You're fine.
You gotta use that line. You can't say it again.
Alright, now I am kicking you. But chief amongst the honored members of the assembly, the Lady Justicar Lucin, Justicar of Clan Ventrue for unlife and forever long.
That would be your name.
That would be your name.
Basically said, we got a few things going on. One, congratulations for volunteering for the suicide mission. We thank you for your service. And I say, good. Thank God.
Unfortunate that I only have one life to give, my Lady Justicar, for unlife.
Exactly. But I had 7 lives to give to the Emperor. So, 1, we have to go and find out, can you really kill a demon? Question mark. For science.
Here
I think I'm having
Jackie's
internet
song.
issues again.
This is Jackie's
All I can
song
say
right
is being a Greek and cowboy. Wow, what a terrible double fate that one is. kind of aligned in the stars at that point. I don't know if I can get the recap to this fucking song.
That's
That's a
okay.
problem, John.
Anyway, let's see. Okay, so we gotta figure out if we can kill a demon. We have to eliminate the rest of the werewolves.
The Red Talons.
The Red Talons.
Yes, the Red Talons, the rest of the werewolves. The Red Talons, specifically.
Yes, we will amend that to the rest of the werewolves. We can lump them together.
Not only that,
I have a plan.
if we have the, get rid of this fucking Methuselah or whatever Justicar Lucin said. If they're a problem, just go ahead and kill them. And I say they're a fucking problem. Let's get rid of them.
As a wise man once said in a galaxy far, far away, we're just gonna kill him.
We're just gonna kill them.
He ended up being
Just
right,
gonna
actually.
kill him.
He's just ahead of his time.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was, of course, right. It was just I needed to clown him in front of everybody. It wasn't that he was wrong. It's just that I thought he was stupid.
All right, Antil, settle down, okay?
The mark of brilliance is not being right, but being right consistently. We will see if Antil redeems himself with brilliance. But go ahead.
Brilliantly dying.
The brightest star.
Not only that, so, kill Demon, kill Methuselah, kill Red Talons, and keep Powell alive. I believe that's the 4.
That is the 4. Technically, Methuselah is, again, the unknown
Kind of
Methuselah was
optimal.
left, well, all Methuselah were left to your discretion. The Scarlet Sister and the Demon are kind of lumped into one. You have to get to one to get to the other, so... The technical 4 is Scarlet Sister, Demon, Lupines, Powell alive. But obviously, the secret Methuselah that has offended Jackie greatly has invited himself onto the chopping block.
I'm from the second city and I say kill them all.
So true.
I'm from Triarii and I say kill them all.
So, after
I want to be the Knight of Triarii.
Tarak. We met our sister mirror coterie, and explained to them that they might be killing some Red Talons for us. Maybe. After that, we moved on and we met with the man called Larot. Larot is a Ravnos elder. He is awake. He is moving around. He's a funny guy. He's brown.
He is brown.
One
He
of
has
us.
revealed-
One of us.
That he was kind of kept in the background on a lot of things, considering his clan affiliations, so he never made a big stink about being in Arkham. Kind of kept his head down low. Of which we must respect.
Yes, but has since introduced himself to Powell in the past month.
Yes. Also, one of the founders of the Pony Express, at least conceptually or in some way, one of the main contributors to the formation of it.
Yes to both.
And probably at least quite well read, at least in regards to the Undercity. To some degree.
Yes.
But so far, he has said, hey, we're cool. Riders, we're all cool with you guys. We're like a big, basically we're a part of the circus now. Everybody put on your clown uniforms if you haven't donned them already, and honk your noses. Welcome to the Carnival.
I got my shirts on already. I just need a whip and a black hat.
But after...
We don't already get those.
Yeah, he's just ignoring me.
After that, really all that we have lined up on the agenda still is to go and handle Tom's thing, meet with Powell, and get started cooking.
You had mentioned potentially going and visiting your friendly yet also not so on the level friend, Henry Malden, aka Shamut Drot Ibamil,
yes,
to discuss his potential involvement in things.
We're getting the fucking Methuselah out. Let's get this bitch.
Indeed. Very solid wrap up and recap. We didn't really get to it last time. It was not really all that shorter of a session. It was slightly shorter than some of them get, but it was like a halfway point session. So I'm going to start this session with the luck rolls from last session and also the kickoffs for Harpy and Premonition from last session.
Yeah.
And depending on how far we go tonight, we might get a second set. So just wanted to make sure that those were all acknowledged and nobody's missing out on their cool things. I'm going to roll for Tony, and I'm just going to do it as a public, because I'll do it up here. I don't want to necessarily crater bomb and have it be any possible number. Sweet. Alright. I have all of the numbers. We've got some high ones, but Tony's is not the lowest, so we will...
I knew it was you, Boom.
See, the only time that you ever talk to me is to put me down, and therefore I won't engage with you.
Shut up, bitch.
I have a new best friend, and his name is Charles.
Charles will thumbs up. But a few things will come back pending the whole sit down with the riders in the Carnival messages to your phones, whether discreetly or overtly. The first one is actually just like kind of an update on all of the research and the forward information gathering on your end game target, New England Biolabs, the site at which the demon has presumably been nested, wherein there are both cultists and private security with paramilitary level infrastructure. Boone and Bane, it turns out that there is... Well, I'm gonna kind of rope these all in because you kind of got multiple that attached to this, so very good. They have mutual business arrangements that have been uncovered thanks to cyber warfare conducted from Arkham. People who may be suspected as being involved may assume that they are in fact involved. It reveals that recent dealings have reimbursed costs incurred to secure the facility against the instability seen during the pre- and early COVID years, including private security contractors. The names on the list don't ring any bells or whistle for hunter groups, so small benefit there, but do raise bells and whistles for groups known to potentially endanger or draw close to the Masquerade. You may assume that they have a Watchman score of 8 and a total domain security of 5. Continuing off of that, though, where I started Boone and Bane, again, no hunters present. Awesome. Thumbs up. That's the Boone part. Bane part, it turns out hunters are actually somewhat suspicious of New England biolabs for whatever reason. A few stray individual isolated hunters, no hunter cells, have been noted looking and seeing as though methods that they could open a window to basically spy on the New England biolabs. And this is a potential window that you could use as a potential attack vector, depending on your clan or history or feelings about the Catholic Church. Or a potential room for blowback once the incident is handled, as hunter eyes are on the biolabs, even if they are not directly involved. That's 2 of the luck rolls, by the way. The third one is you get a message from Lonsel saying, hey, flexible, but I have someone from the Salem area who may be interested in cavorting to some degree on a little conspiracy should things happen. But it's flexible. He was asked to, for the sake of electronic communications, withhold the name. But they will obviously introduce themselves if any introduction is needed when you meet. But that is 3 luck rolls. Next up, I'm just going to go through the Harpy real quick. First, Harpy pre-message for Leon. All from Bernadette. No Elysium scheduled? Question marks. That means the Herald, Harpies, and Seneschal rule the schedule. It's party time in the little city. For humans and kind. There are a few shows happening, as well as some action in the bar scene. It seems the sanguine types are coming out to play. Maybe it's time to stock up on those cravings? Question mark. Second one, and Boom gets a little additional aside, but I'll make it public just for safety. Thanks to careful investments and the casual efforts of the High Court to restore all strength and eliminate any doubts in the Masquerade, mortal company Boeing continues to serve as the primary example of what caused the plane crash out over Massachusetts Bay. This is still a tenuous situation, so the Prince has made sure that the airlines are appropriately secured and restricted from kindred misuse. In hands outside of federal agencies. Additional oversight from chosen bid third parties are causing some delays in air traffic nearby, thus increases in airfare and turnaround times on flights, but ensuring that all remain secure and the Masquerade remains unbreached. Plus 2 dots of resources for all air travel related costs for the story. But there we go from there. And, of course, sitting not here, unfortunately, but with Azad, Chris gets his premonitions. Which means I need to crack open a folder. These ones come with fancy little pictures. What's up?
Tom. Hey, Tom.
What?
When you were there were, because you joined me with it, you met 3 new Banu Haqim that came to Arkham.
Yeah?
Or at least that were present. I think you went to bed before before they got introduced.
Yeah, there were, actually 4 new Banu Haqim who arrived.
4, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, they're all in the Banu Haqim folder, so if there's anybody new in that folder you haven't seen before, that's where you've seen them. But... as I go, I must show Tom something I think is cool. I don't know that Tom will think it's cool, but it's I think it's cool. So I'm gonna drop this little picture for you in the DMs, Tom, and
If Dom thinks it's cool, it must be uncool.
that's fucking facts as I read. A face, something terrible. Something dreadful. It looms in a place you cannot quite feel. It's not a friend. It knows not the concept. Its personhood is an alien thing, even to those feelings of vampirism and most other supernaturals. Something you've scarce touched on but a few times. This is something else. It isn't here, but it knows what here is. And you can only get the vaguest imaginations of what it is. But hey, it's not here yet.
Oh.
The rogue AI, it's gonna kill us.
Oh.
Boy, I wish.
No.
But... second picture and second premonition. This one I might actually need to come back to you on, but I hopefully don't have to.
I'm gonna call it jihad.
No, I got it. We're good.
By the way, Dom, beard is looking dope.
Oh, thank you. Second, maybe worse. That one's up to subjective interpretation. A titanic visage of muscle, darkness, and hatred. A thing that may not fashion matter, and is yet unhindered by it. That being matter. The great and terrible stature of almost 10 feet tall is more an element of nature than a beast. It looms out there, surrounded by precious few, small number, a handful, with blood that you had once gathered. The familiar spark of rage is more potent than you can touch, even in your memories. That's premonitions, yay! But that covers recap and things that we didn't quite get to last time, but other than that, we are good. We have cleaned up from meeting the Carnival and the Riders in their new little home in Haven. I have not put the map marker down. I forgot as I was double checking and adding to the notes for tonight, so you won't see it on the Kumu yet, but I need to make a point to actually add it, because it is in your domain, and it's a place that you may make use of.
I'm gonna Kumu.
That shit got me. It got me on delay.
I just got back, bro. Like,
Please don't Q-move him. Please don't Q-move.
I'm like,
Keep saying it. Keep saying it.
Please don't Q-move. Don't Q-move. I am Q-me.
I'm Kumu.
it's your voice that's getting him, cunt. No, but I was like, okay, that's funny, and then it's like,
Please don't Kumu. Don't Kumu. Don't.
I'm gonna Kumu.
face away from the circle. Don't face into the circle. Face away from the circle.
I'm gonna Kumu on the mayor. I'm gonna make the mayor Kumu.
I'm gonna make the mayor Kumu.
Fuck.
We're then gonna use his Kumu to make a new mayor. Speaking of, he's actually alive.
I have a fetus baby of a... I guess he's not a fetus baby. He's a full-grown
He's no longer Kimu.
They grow up so fast.
They do. They really do. But where you go from here, your different intended stops along the way. Any that you want to add? Go for it.
He's off here.
I have a. Hey, Leon here. I have a little question. John, get away from this harlot real fast. Speak to me.
No.
Who is this? Who is this woman? Did we inform Tom?
Oh, it's Mom. That's Mama, Tom. That's Mama. That's Mommy.
It's another Western lady who is helping with the management of the Carnival, and Jackie saw the authentic lady of his time and was like, a wooga.
A true man.
I have a recent urge to kill them all. And so I was thinking, fellers, if I can call you the hard R, lupines, they're just not cutting it for me anymore. They are out of season, and I think we should just kill them all.
We're just gonna kill him?
Yeah.
Am I here for this or no?
I mean,
Yeah, here for this.
Yeah, this can be after we
Okay.
departed.
I
here.
warp you.
Can-
I summon you with my brain.
I'm not saying that I disagree, Leon, because I agree in principle.
Let's go with that, and then we can go to the other parts later.
the only issue that I have with it is if we kill all the lupines, right?
Oh God, when you say it, just ooh, sends me shivers. I love it.
If we kill them all, then a new band of lupines could then come.
Oh
right?
man, and then we kill them.
It is
Boros. It just keeps on giving.
Well, we're only killing.
Who is this, by the way? Is this me?
We're only killing the red guys, right?
Oh, my art is not clicking there.
Yeah, well, we start with them.
Let me
Chris,
refresh.
and then we go on to the next ones. See, what's perfect is that they hate each other so much, even more than we hate them.
Yeah, for some reason
And
my
we
art's
just
not
hate.
loading.
Weird.
So, why don't we just do this? I go activate my Superman powers and fly over to them and go talk to them real fast and go invite them in on our plan.
So, do they hate each other more or less than you hate the Liger guys?
That's impossible. No one can hate a Simitsi more than I hate a Simitsi.
Good answer, good answer. I like it.
It's literally impossible.
Could you send me a DM of the updated IP because I cleared my cache completely.
Sure.
We at least know the I believe it's the Shadow Lords going
So
from town to
tragic.
town. Indeed.
Anyway, let's kill some werewolves.
Yeah, and you guys
on the
know
way-
where. Yeah, you guys know where they are.
Yeah, on the way we have three things that we need to do. Talk to Methuselah. Talk to
Let's
Powell.
wait on him. Let's wait on him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will also.
That's part of a different plan.
It also
We're on
didn't
the
get up
werewolves right now.
during the recap, but Leon also has a potential meetup with
I do, yeah.
the Toreador in charge, which he can let you know when it's going to happen, when he wants to do it, all that good stuff.
Me and Beth still fucking alive. It's a shame. Why don't we force that
Is he
motherfucker on the front
alive,
lines?
or is he just
He's a puppet.
there?
He's a husk.
I mean, he is kind of just there right now. He doesn't have a lot of respect. Like, he's still got the title, but like he doesn't have people to respect him.
when someone blood shits themselves? Are they really alive?
I mean, no, they're not.
I'm gonna be honest.
They're not alive either.
My case.
I kind of miss when I would see visions of that guy just shitting his pants over being an uncreative hack. Yeah, things I see now are kind of.
Well, you're welcome. I can
Welcome
send
to
you
the-
over a little videotape I have of the Succubus Club that night. And you can revisit him shitting himself whenever you'd want a laugh.
In perpetuity.
Time to place a hand on fucking Chris's shoulder and say, "Welcome to the big boy leagues." That's what they say, right? That's the American saying.
There's no boy. It's just big leagues, not the.
Yes,
boy.
the man leagues. You're not a
There's
man
no big man.
unless you're in the big man league.
Okay, big man leagues.
Big
There's no
man.
man. There's no boy. There's no man. It's
You have
just
to be
big
like
or
this
minor
high.
league.
You have
The
to be at
big-
least 6 foot to be in the big man club.
The big Greek club.
No,
Damn, I'm not a part of that. On
Alright,
Azad.
sorry, you're just in the man club. Maybe small king club.
Jackie's in the Gachi Muchi club.
The
I
big boy
heard.
club.
what?
Don't worry about it.
Cowboys are secretly
Fond of each other.
just,
Remind me to kill Willie Nelson.
just,
I am going to financially ruin Orville Pack.
Well done.
What's it?
Stop. Chill.
Jesus. I will be back in just a second. I have to go grab something.
No problem.
Okay, so here's first order of operations. Bada bing. We go see Shadow Lords. That's the clan. That's the tribe.
Yes.
Yep. We are
we're gonna go see
familiar with
them.
one individual named Tyler.
Well, they have to honor certain obligations. Hopefully, potentially. If not, bloodshed is a good obligation.
Did we get Tyler's phone number?
You did at least temporarily have one for him. You don't know if he, as a lupine, really likes carrying a cell phone, so it would be kind of a...
Yeah.
I'd have
Risky.
you roll a 1d10 to see if you actually get the call
Chris,
through.
call him up.
huh?
Call up Tyler. Tyler the creator, the lupine.
Okay.
He has 2 titles?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wait, was that actually his title?
No, it wasn't,
No.
but it's fucking
I
funny.
think they created it.
I call up Tyler the creator. I have that as saved.
Yeah, you have that saved.
That has to be Tyler the creator of the Lupine. You have to save
No,
Lupine in your phone.
I think that's a Masquerade Bridge way to happen.
Save it.
Or is it a masquerade redirection to Tyler the creator?
True, yeah. Honestly, I kind of want Tom to just write down every single character that he has the phone number of, and I want to see what Tom will write that Chris puts in his phone as their contact ID. I'm
Yeah,
genuinely curious.
I'll have to think. Because there is at least one number that I have saved in my head, but I can't write down.
Yeah, that's a funny one. But if you want, Tom, you can roll a quick 1d10, and I just want to see like what the number is because it's a static luck check just to see. I've got.
Fuck, I can't see it.
I can, and that's one of the numbers. Okay, cool. It was a low chance, but you got one of the numbers. It rings, it rings, it rings, and it rings. Voicemail obviously isn't set up on it, but after an abnormal amount of rings, a voice does answer. Am I holding this thing the right way?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Put it on speaker. Put it on speaker.
I put it on
Good
speaker.
enough.
Hello.
Chris, right? Oh, not Chris.
Yes, Chris is here. I am here, yes. But one of my friends wanted to talk to you.
I'm one of the friends
Yeah.
who wants to talk to you.
We could talk. Tyler. No, again, try to do the diplomatic, even though it's definitely not his strong suit.
Leon. Just Leon.
Good.
I understand you're the creative type.
I'm not sure who would say that, but we can work with that.
Oh, that's what he has you saved as.
Working title.
Yeah, it's a work. Tyler the Creator.
Well, I suppose it beats out the delirium. What is it? What can I help?
Can you come over to the Succubus Club for a little night out, a little brewski? That's what you guys like to drink, right?
Yes.
A little double-aged whiskey.
Can Chris send the address on this thing?
Oh yes, I can. I can send you a text of where the
Sure.
club is.
And this one's gonna be the weird part. Could you also use the coordinates too?
Yeah. I can do that.
Thanks.
That's within my capability.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to have a Hellfire missile in your your arsenal, right?
I don't know
If
what
so,
that
let me
is.
send you another set of coordinates.
No.
Wait. No.
The way mortals set up their streets is confusing. Really, coordinates suck too, but it's at least a little truer to how the Earth is shaped. But yeah, I'll be there.
I will ask actually, Leon. I will say, do you want to meet the Elder, or do you want to meet just him? The Elder is the one that calls the shots.
Oh yeah, the shot caller.
Yeah. So do you want to go to?
Yeah,
We
your
have to go to
king.
them. We have to go to them for that.
No, we don't. Surely not. Right, Tyler? You could swing that. You're the big man league.
Big boy leagues. Yeah.
No, he's a man.
I will arrive, and I will do my best to ensure that our Lord comes with me.
Perfect. Hey, there's a little mutual respect between myself and the little people that you may associate with out towards Chicago. If that are you on board with that or no?
I am. I don't know how their tribe feels about honoring the history, but I see what you mean. I will impress this on our Lord, and will do
Good.
my best.
If you can't do that, if you can't swing anything, just call us and we'll reschedule something.
Gotcha. And he'll be good to hang up then after pressing a few buttons that are not the hang up button.
You just hear them fucking pressing buttons.
Yeah. But he
Cool.
has agreed.
Very cool. We could be with Toreador now while we wait.
For sure.
The Methuselah Toreador, obviously. Or the Antediluvian in Toreador.
Erico. Welcome to Arkham. Let's see. Do we want to split up for this?
What do you got to do?
Well, meeting Lonsel's on the menu. I know Tom still has his thing that he needs to do.
I mean, if you want to split up, I'm going to meet with them both, so if you want to split from us, you can.
The night is still
You said
young.
them both.
Yeah,
What
it's
do you mean
not
them both.
the Lupines and the Toreador. So the Lupine
I
meeting
see.
will happen. If you wanted to come a little late, just like do one of the quick meetings and then jump in for the Lupines, that might be doable, but
I can do that. I don't think I need to talk to Joel.
Then, what I will do is... I will bring us to the Succubus Club. I have a preset with your tokens, but hidden. We will do Leon's Toreador meet first. And then, we will swap over to the address given for Tom's cool friend. Because it isn't very far. But...
Oh, very cool. A black screen.
Oh, that's not cool.
Home sweet home.
I'm going to do a quick swap just once. I want to see if I might be able to force it to populate. It's double X screen?
Yep.
Dang.
It's fine. That's fine.
It's unfortunate, but...
I live in the realm of imagination.
Indeed. Do you at least see your tokens kind of like over here? Yeah. Okay.
I see the three of us.
Unfortunate, but... Even so... Joel and Bernadette both pull up. Again, conspirators in armed. What's up?
I pull up.
Oh, yes.
Right up to the after party.
Indeed. And in that, they are unafraid to be seen walking in together, regardless of what resources Liam Best may still possess or not. Who knows? But the two of them make themselves comfortable and wait for Leon's company, enjoying themselves, and it seems Joel is excited to begin the conversation as he will extend a hand to his fellow, well, Toreador in spirit, Leon. Hey, bud, glad. That was very quick. I think you'll enjoy this meeting maybe just as much as I will.
Yeah, good. With everything being solved in Arkham and there being no existential threats to it at all since the Sabbat has been defeated, I have a lot of time on my hands now, Joel and Bernadette.
Yeah, and he'll nod and Bernadette will nod as well. Barring a few lupines in the Delta, it's a safe place now. But yeah, neither of them seem to be as much as aware that another threat exists. So, confidence seems to be high at a free test to your, if not your wits and awareness, maybe more like a free test from your manipulation and insight, but taking half. Irregardless, Joel rubs his hands together and says, I've been working to secure the aftermath of the vote, as I already know I've got enough to make Liam Best's life one where he's no longer Primogen. But in securing stability after the fact, I've reached out to some of the other Toreador, some of the other guilds, and some of that obviously leads all the way up to the place where you're from. And I didn't think I would. I heard back.
From Annabelle?
Yeah, you finger guns. Yeah, Annabelle has proven very forward. I wrote saying I wanted to make sure ties with Chicago, being Jewel of the West, is strengthened, and she's got media literacy like no one's business. And hey, she wrote back, mentioned, hey, Leon's there. Maybe that opened the door, maybe it didn't. And she gave me a bit of information and promised, hey, maybe we can work together.
Yeah, Annabelle's the best. Everyone criticizes her art sense, but let me tell you, she's up there.
Well, I'm so glad to hear it, because you'll get to experience that again with me. She indicated she's gonna make the pilgrimage to Arkham for a day. We just need to decide what day that's gonna be.
Oh!
Yeah!
Whoa! That's kind of huge, actually.
Yeah, I know.
Did she say she was bringing anybody?
I didn't think to ask. I didn't want to impugn, but she said she is coming, and I am assuming that that means a small army of mortal functionaries and smoke screens and everything else. So, she might, but she didn't mention anybody by name.
Huh. Okay. Well, I only asked because Brett Stryker, he's up there too. That's her childer.
Good to know. I will... He didn't come up in the first conversation, but I will make sure that all future conversations express the same degree of thankfulness to Brett Stryker.
Yeah, he's something. Anyway, yeah, so she's coming and gonna pass her grace on to you, I assume?
Yeah, and it'll be a good showing for the vote to come, as well, she's coming to meet me and not Liam Best, so it'll be a good conversation, I'm sure, and we'll dot any I's and cross any T's. She wants us to do that, and we'll be a little bit more interconnected.
Good. Yeah, she actually, it's quite, that's where the first succubus club is, so might have to make some room for her here. But it's good to know. But everything else, your vote is secure?
Yeah, we have a solid majority. I don't have the number of detractors immediately to head, but we're leading by at least 2 people now, and I'm assuming that will shift further once, well, Annabelle comes around, and I've got the ability to acquire a few boons if necessary, so the vote should not come to any sort of deadlock or an unexpected outcome. Liam is scarce on friends at the moment.
Yeah, I imagine so. Well, yeah, it's great to hear. I'm glad this partnership could work out. If you do need anything, hearts and minds, again, I did tell you I have a lot of time on my hands now.
Indeed, you will be the first to know. If, well, perhaps the small exception being Bernadette, if I need her to reach out to you instead of me for some reason, but all the same.
Yeah, good. One request. When you do call the vote, could I be there?
Oh, yes, it'll be in Elysium. I know
Oh,
that there's...
perfect, yeah.
Yes.
Good, I didn't know if you were doing up a guild's event or something to mark the honor.
No, as... Well, that would be good for the Forms Guild. I can call those as the Forms Guild headmaster. But I can't as easily do it for... Or, performers, sorry. But I can't do so easily for the Forms Guild, as, well, that is currently Liam's animal, and he would end up hearing about it, and I'd have to submit an itinerary, and he'd sniff around. So, it'll be a big show.
Okay, cool. I look forward to being at this Elysium. That will certainly happen very soon, because there is a lot of time on all of our hands.
Indeed. He agrees, and all is submitted. And with that being the case, I will shift us. I'm going to reuse an art piece, sadly. I'm not going to... I didn't think to create a new one, but... Not so far away. In fact, almost just down the road. We had our special letter to Chris, from which all things then descend.
From which?
No, to...
I was about to say the same fucking thing. I was about to say the same thing, Boom.
What the hell?
No.
What game are you playing, Dom?
That'd be a nightmare, not a game. Come on, no. It's a hotel room, but a rather executive one in the downtown center. So somebody who is obviously here on some sort of diplomatic arrangement, and it takes not a lot of effort for anybody who wants to go. If it is the whole group that isn't Leon, if it is just Chris and Jackie, if it is to be shown inside. I will assume everybody, unless somebody mentions that they have something else or somewhere else to be, but...
Put them into the chair.
Yeah, we're all sitting in one chair. Yeah, I'm sitting on top of all of them.
You know what? I'll make a dog pile out of one chair, but...
I'll let you sit on my lap.
Chris gets its own chair. Everybody else can totem pole it over there. But...
I don't want to sit on Jackie's lap, dude. I don't want to feel what's gonna poke me in the butt.
No, you're on Charles's lap.
Yeah, but then it's you know, it's only one way up.
Over here next to me, yeah.
And there's only one way up, you know.
Yeah, but you can pay Charles to not bother you.
That's the Ram Ranch chair.
18 naked cowboys.
Indeed. But the room is well suited. There are mortals present, or what you can presume to be mortals. No one strikes out to you as being kindred in any way. Well dressed, not out of place. White polos, collared, maybe suspendered dress pants. No suit jackets, maybe a suit vest, but that's about it. So it's definitely classy, but not black tie classy. And as you are seated, you're told that the tenant will be by in a few minutes. He's just finishing up a business call in one of the other rooms, a rented lobby in one of the other floors beneath this suite. So you have a couple minutes to kill, and the room is privy to your observation, but otherwise it is a quaint office adjoining not the penthouse suite, but definitely an upper class suite. But you could also chill for the few minutes. There is nothing immediately pressing, and wits and awareness taking half reveals no immediate threats or concerns to the room. Jackie may be concerned, but literally and maybe Azad, but the two wits and awareness bots in the room can take half and determine that there is no threat. Or not, they tell Jackie and Azad, it's up to them.
I will actually hide in the corner, and I will try and remain as stealthy as possible.
Sure.
As in, just try and blend in.
You ever see Grandma's Boy? I'm just like picturing you fucking holding the coat over your like face to the wall.
Fucking yeah. But
No.
if you're going to conventionally stealth, you could, or if you just want to use your
I don't
Cloak of
have
Shadows.
that.
I thought you had Cloak of Shadows.
I have silent footsteps.
Oh, okay, you have Silence of Death. Well, then you can conventionally stealth. Or just take half on your total.
Okay, I'll take half then.
I'll just, it's not the right symbol, but I'm just gonna mark it, and I'll take you out of Tony's lab. I'll just sit you over here.
I just want to
Shadow the chair.
Yeah, I just want to just like, if people look over, I just want to blend in, basically, just like.
What's the view looking like?
It views downtown. It's pretty high up. Not the highest. Again, Fiber V Tower looms over you. A couple other buildings, other prominent hotels, maybe the banking institution you've been in once or twice, that the new Brood Nosferatu occupy, loom over you. So you're not too high up, but you do get a good view of the central downtown and Old Town to the north, away from the central rotunda, following the curve of the center roads.
Pretty good.
Indeed, it is definitely a money expensive room, but whether it was paid for with money or favor or otherwise, it is... Oh wow, that succubus club you just generated, John, is really nice. But if you have any other preparations, you may make them, or you may just chill.
What is this, John? You're cheating on me? You're not sending me your AI art anymore?
Here, I'll send it to you.
No, I've already sent it to him.
He already sent it to me. That is nice, actually.
I sent it to him too.
I already did it.
Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice, Boom.
Let's see.
Wait, is that actually in the art? I gotta see it. I actually gotta see it.
Yeah, dude, it's there. Look at him. I see him. I found it easy.
No way.
The mayor over there. What am I doing here?
Holy fuck, man.
Okay, I gotta see what's.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Also, if you look at the front, as well, there's a girl, and if you look at her, she has a beard. At the very, very front.
124.
Send this to me.
It's a party beer.
Let's see. Is there anything else that I got to really look at here? I don't think I do.
Here you go. Here you go, Tom. And there you go, Tony.
But
Radical.
Try and find this.
with no other immediate ideas for preparations, if one comes to mind, we can revisit it. Eventually, the door opens, and only one person shuffles themselves inside. And they are not a person who is,
For you.
Damn, he went there immediately out for blood. In either case, you do get a very distinguished looking gentleman who comes around. He is wearing a suit. It's not overdone. There is a tie, but it's not a black tie. It is a red tie, red cravat, sunglasses, who situates himself in front of you, adjusts the sunglasses before taking them off, and just kind of scoots into the desk. And again, no need for overt introductions, but will lean over the table, offering his hand to anyone present.
I'll shake his hand.
Yeah. It is good you came so fast. I am Zalon of Chernivitsi. I am hoping all is to your comfort, and that now that we are in secured place and secured company, I might be able to assist, well, all of you, but also hopefully Chris, as I do believe his last meeting with his immediate sire left some unfinished business, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I had a lot of questions that it seemed like it was according to him, a lot of it was classified information.
Yes, and I hope you do not hold that against him. He has been in great peril for decades, and the state of his place in the operation means, well, he wasn't exactly in a privileged place to know what has been declassified, what remains classified, and what has additionally been classified on top. So, I have been in talks with those who are debriefing him. It will be years yet before he sees another operation or some personal time. But I have cleared and been cleared to make some things clear to everybody in this room and your immediate associates who were present that night. Ideally, anything that we say here does not go beyond that closed circle of, say, 6 or 7 kindred.
Well, yeah, of course, I understand how these things work.
This is good to know. I, he says, as a man who has been revealed to your Camarilla, Caitiff, and Thin Bloods page, at least for the moment. Oh, and maybe I should make sure his stuff appears everywhere. Because it may not appear if it's not in this one too. The, well, man with an interesting accent who presents himself as an American businessman continues. While I am here, I will answer everything I can.
Was the fact that my sire wasn't present for most of my was that intentional, or was that because he was being betrayed by that Zamichi?
It was intended you would not have immediate constant oversight, though it was worsened by the betrayal. You would have had points of contact, as would Cash, had his, again, assignment not been complicated. Additionally, the death of Hardestat complicated things further.
Right, so at some point in time I was going to get filled in and kind of know what I was supposed to be doing.
Yes, it may have even been after the original objectives were accomplished, which would have happened sooner if not for the duplicity of the flesh-crafting Zemitzi. And he spits into a trash can.
Oh, well, I gotta ask, did I complete my tasks? At least?
Within what could be expected given the nature of the operation, yes. You had, in your time, facilitated immediate communications of, well, individuals from the United States to necessary agents in Europe in the, well, Cold War era. Things that you communicated, again, part of your kindred operations, your personal interests, proved very useful even if, well, they were disguised as odd jobs or associates that you would meet and eventually just not work with again. It was as successful as we could hope for given the changing circumstances.
Well, at least that's good. It would be pretty fucked up if I came all this way and found out I didn't do my job.
That would be, well, truly it would be a shame, but not one that could necessarily be yoked in on you. It would fall back on the handlers as, well, you didn't even know there was an operation, so he shrugs. He also opens a cigar case and will take one for himself and just set the rest on the desk with the case still open. If anybody wants one, it's presumed you could probably take one.
What do you put on the desk?
Cigars.
Well, I'm so blush alive. Let's.
Yeah,
take one.
I'll also take one.
Yeah,
I'll take one because I'm blush alive.
yeah. He
It
lights
really
it
is that
in
kind
a.
of night, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still the same night. It's not even midnight yet, so. He lights his in a little, like, small. I don't know what they're called, but they're the little, like, dishes that have, like, the very slight, like, coil in them that you just, like, touch it. It's like, so there's no open flame. So.
Yeah.
He uses one of those. You can assume very nice for a vampire. He extends that as well, seeing as you guys take cigars. Indeed, and I would also say that I am sure that even if your sire was totally committed to the outcomes of the assignment, I am sure he greatly regrets that things were complicated in this way. It is in his nature.
Right. I always wondered what my sire was like. I mean, I don't mind being the way that I am, but what have I been like had he, had more immediate contact, if you catch what I'm meaning?
Well, that is a good question. I would say not wholly different. Each of your brood were as necessary, and very necessary. The measure was not taken lightly. Ventrue is distinguished. He would have probably honed your education a little further, probably have brought you into the fold on how to, well, interweave social situations a little more coherently. I don't know everything about you and your work here, but I know enough that it is not unprecedented from what was planned, and seems you've grown into exactly what Ventrue imagined you would eventually grow into.
Right. Is he part of any sort of clan at all, or?
Yes, and he is, well, my child, so I can tell you I personally know very well. I will deliver that answer to you at the end, and I will do so. That is the one thing I will keep from your associates, as I do understand you have earned a great deal of freedom here, and I will not let the answer shackle you to what comes next.
Oh, alright, that's understandable, yeah.
But, yes, he does belong to a clan, and he has been a long Camarilla supporting member since not shortly after the Convention of Thorns was my time. He's been around for 100 years after the Convention of Thorns. We have, as long as the modern sects have been around, we've recognized, as our clan nominally does, the success of the Camarilla first and foremost.
You know, for many decades, I thought I'd be way more angry at them, but after being in the city and doing all the things that I've done here, there's far worse things that could have happened to me. There's far worse people I could have fallen in with, I guess. This is the way I've started to think about it.
Yes, the lineage of, well, you might think of it master, apprentice, or maester, or we could say instead, literal father and child, if you really wanted to. There is a great deal that goes missing in kindred society, and there is a need to preserve that inherent connection and superiority. We believe very strongly in this. I would say we would hold ourselves to a higher standard than most. And he nods to Jackie, seeming to have probably been given a rough brief on the situation. The Ventrue are commendable also in this way, if different. And in an ideal world, more clans would see the importance in this, but this is the world we live in, and one in which we must unfortunately behead Zimissi at the, well, first or second turn.
So, I completed my original objective. Am I gonna be used in further objectives? Am I still part of the operation? What's the deal with that?
No, you are clean now. We did have need of you. We have performed the required operation, and per your standing, you have completed your objective. We have no need to recall you. Obviously, I need not impress upon you, things in the Camarilla can be very top-down, so I wouldn't get too laissez-faire about the situation, but if you've any thought of being dragged out of the city immediately, no. You've earned freedom, and you will walk that path. Should you be interested in future work like that, Petru again will be held for a few years still to fully debrief and fully rule out any lingering threats or damage during his time, but I am still involved, so I could help facilitate such if that day ever came. I will be extending my contact information to you here, and you will have the ability to use it.
Alright, that's good. That's good to know. Thank you. So I'm basically free of this for now. I could have future work in the future, though?
You could, if that is your desire, or things turn particularly grim. I have no reason to see things going particularly grim for the Camarilla, as given the stake of the Anarch Revolt versus nascent Sabbat and lycanthropes out in the wilds, the Camarilla is the one left standing with the cards.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'm quite happy where I am.
Indeed, and he makes no mention of demons or other things lurking around. He seems to be none the wiser, so that checks off that box, but he will add, it is important to clan that we understand that lineage that we have preserved over a great deal of time, and though I am your grandsire at this point, this responsibility ultimately falls to me, so again, the information to reach me will be yours, and I will clarify what I can, but you are not obligated to change who you are at this point. You have demonstrated all of the qualities that we would expect in one that comes from us.
That's good to know. That's good to hear.
Indeed. He will accept any other questions before... Well, that's pretty much all of the things he had, but he'll answer anything else, and he will remain a piece on the board for contact.
Well, how exactly did you get wrapped up into all this? Considering...
I didn't really. I've just been around since the Convention of Thorns, almost, and I've been a trusted advocate for the sect to troublesome or potential individuals within, without, who need an extra push to experience greatness. My child did much the same, whether by land or sea, and when he returns, he will continue to do the same. I, per my responsibility to that end, came to inform Chris once I had assured all that this would be a fruitful endeavor, and that, well, that all classified information would be and remain classified to the necessary level.
Understandably.
Indeed, I honestly know more about Chris's position in this operation than I even do Petru's.
I don't think I got anything else in.
Yeah, I think he's answered everything I was curious about.
Indeed, then. His contact information... Oh, good.
We've got him right here in case you've got anything else, Chris. I mean, probably doesn't know the nitty-gritty, but... I
don't know, maybe some of the things I'm curious about, it might be better if I don't know. You know, how it is with classified information.
Wisdom beyond your years.
Zalon will nod. He will stand up. He will shake everybody's hands again, and he will, except maybe Azad, if Azad is still hiding. You might notice an eye cast in your direction, Azad, but he does not seem to acknowledge you, whether he sees you or not.
There is just even if he does see it, there is probably just the Azad is watching over Chris like a little kid, like it's his kid, you know?
Yeah,
like the protection.
Yeah, there's no acknowledgement, but as he goes to shake Chris's hand, he'll also give him the Mediterranean, kiss on the temple, familial, and he will whisper something in that moment, and I will message to Chris. Exactly what that is.
I'm sorry, Chris. There was nothing I could do. If there was anything I could, I wouldn't have made you one of them Tremere, but that's what we are. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna shit my pants if I'm a Tremere!
I'm sorry, Chris. You're a wizard.
Chris, I'm gonna have to shit your pants.
But with that, he will let you and everybody else take your comfort and depart as you see fit, or entertain any further questions or otherwise, as this is his abode until he departs the city at the grace of the prince and those in the Camarilla who have allowed him to remain here.
What do you think? I have anything?
You do, but nothing that you can't do without us there, so get on over back to the Succubus Club. Now. Chop, chop.
Let's see,
Chop, chop. We got some lupines to meet, John.
Nope, I don't got nothing.
I already answered that for you.
Tell Boom that I am ignoring it.
Here we go. Wow.
John is ignoring you.
It's like a clockwork. What bit are we running today? Oh, we're going back several years to the I have muted. Wow. Who would have thought?
Tell Boom that I haven't muted, and there is no bit.
Oh.
Okay. Boom. John says that you're muted, and this isn't a bit.
Alright. Well.
Cut him off.
Oh. Okay.
John, you can tell him
Yep.
that I also have him muted now. Because...
As everybody reconvenes, I'm assuming somewhere underneath the Succubus Club, but maybe in one of the upper floor back rooms.
Upper floor.
Okay, upper floor. Top shelf. Nice establishment. We do get, not entirely out of place, a Homid form lupine who comes in and does actually make themselves look like they might not be a total brain-dead, monstrous behemoth. Not the snazziest dresser, but in a place like the Succubus Club where a party can be quite disheveled, he's managed to make his way inside. Perhaps the bouncers informed to let him in after his name is given as Tyler the Creator.
The lupine.
If you encourage him to say that to the bouncers, then he will.
Yeah, I'm the lupine. Oh.
CIA truck like 2 blocks away. We got him.
You hear over the loudspeaker, in the house we have Tyler the Creator! Brr, 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 brr.
Indeed.
Spotlights on him.
All the lights shine down to the whitest fucking guy.
Yeah. But he will, again, directed through the club after you guys, thankfully, as he seems more than a little bit lost in the bright, vibrant lights. He's brought all the way up in his Homid form to meet with you. Currently just himself, though he seems content with the situation as he gets away from the large crowds. And he'll move to arm clasp everybody in a gesture more familiar to him than a handshake, but...
Jackie, get off the pole. We have guests over.
He's sliding down the fireman pole from the upstairs.
God.
It's just
Leon
so much
said-
fun.
That Leon said, Jackie, get off the pole.
But yeah, he sits down and he nods to everybody once he's been introduced sufficiently. And he'll say, well, it wasn't the easiest conversation I've had, but my lord is, well, he's right behind me. He's just not using the front door.
What do you mean by that? Tyler, what do you mean by that?
He is following me, and almost as he finishes that statement, through one of the walls that is a little closer to the exterior. Oh, I almost dragged the wrong thing. That would have actually been better, but we'll use the real one. A very, very large shape just comes through the wall. Misty at first, but then considerably less misty as he sidesteps, as it might be called or known to some, or holy fucking shit, just came through that fucking wall without breaking it. And let me adjust the scale because it didn't actually save. I don't know what that is. And the Shadow Lord, air quotes, Alpha, will situate himself in place. Not an Alron, so not as huge as lupines can get, but still from age and the dry skin that signifies that even this effectively spirit of the land, but a different spirit of the land, has seen many centuries, not just decades, or not just a few centuries. But he remains poised with a staff in hand and bows his head again to the familiar faces and to the new one in Leon.
That's right, bow to me, bitch.
I believe I am where I have been requested. I also believe, from what Tyler has told me, that my warnings to you about the nightmare of the deep roots holds true. That it lingers behind your sister Scarlet as a puppet master, and also holds the strings of the Red Talons.
Yeah, funny thing that. Hilarious even.
Why you're here? Funny or not?
Actually, what we came together as one to speak about is the eradication of the Dread Talons.
Indeed. A thing that must happen now, as the taint runs deep in their pack, Alron. It can no longer be avoided.
Yeah. Well, Mr. My Lord, there is really only one thing to do in a time like this. And that's inviting bloodshed in copious amounts to the Succubus Club.
I do believe you are right. I do not know the ways of this city, but this is a powerful cairn of sorts. He looks back and forth. Your powers and your people and your beasts are easy here. They will no doubt find their prey. If this is where battle is to be done, you will not hear balking from me.
Yeah. There is one thing, as we are... Well, we have mutual enemies in the Red Talons. We were so inclined to invite you to come help eradicate them as tools of Sister Scarlet and the Earthbound.
Indeed, the nightmare of deep roots, as we call it.
Yes.
This is our ultimate purpose for which we were consigned here. We will join you in this, and thereafter our children will be free to leave this place.
Good. Well, we'll bring them here. We can manage that. If you guys can just hold up here.
Yes.
And we can have a little rumble on the dance floor.
I am not against this. They will know our scent, so when they arrive here, they will know to expect this fight, but I doubt it makes much a difference in the end. If you can goad them into coming, then they will come, and then the bloodshed you mentioned will follow.
Yeah, they will be plenty bloody by the time they get here. There's as much as you're likely aware, my kind do not really compete with yours in terms of ferocity. So we're gonna have to lay a pretty good trap, but they're gonna be awake.
Very good. Then we will, as before, we will confront these enemies together, and we will finally rid the taint of the nightmare, well, from all of the Farah.
Good. And so it shall be done.
He nods his head and nods his head to the rest. He does not seem to bring any additional questions, as his point, his continued place in this millennia of struggle has been made known. But still, this ancient beast, if there were any new questions, knowing now that the Scarlet Sister is not the true enemy, as it seems to have known, but not necessarily having known that you presume the Scarlet Sister and the Nightmare to be the same thing. He will answer any questions that you might have that you think are worth the time.
How many claws are you gonna bring?
He's got 4 lupines, including himself. They are a small pack. They've had to contend against the Red Talon for generations of hostilities. This has not been the first. But the Red Talons only outnumber them slightly, thanks to both kindred and their efforts.
So does he know how many Red Talons there actually are?
He assumes 6, but he never has a complete tally. He assumes there might be one more or one less, but he thinks that number is pretty close, around 6.
Okay, that's pretty manageable.
Indeed, it's a fearsome number for many to deal with, but seeing as how you will have Shadow Lords, maybe not of the same fighting capacity as Red Talons, but it will help equalize whatever kindred you bring to the party.
Yeah. Well, if you can make sure your guys come in here, preferably through a front door next time, we can make sure that the mortals are all cleared out, and we can get a fight on the way.
He will agree, and he will note that the front door is desired.
Good. That's all I have.
Well, you did mention that once this threat was gone, that your children were free to, what was the word you used? Wander?
To leave this place. It is our
That's right.
ancestral duty, since the time of the Silver Fangs was strong here.
So what do you mean by leave this place?
This, he gestures, not... Obviously he's gesturing around himself inside of a building, but you get the sinking suspicion he means the land, not your building. This place, this Arkham, is polluted by millennia of darkness.
Hey, come on now.
The taint of the demon will be gone and it will begin to heal. But for the young, it will no longer be their responsibility, their oath to defend this place. It will go back to Gaia, and whatever comes of Gaia's will come. We are not the ones to question or direct such. Such falls to the leaders of my kind. As do the leaders of your kind. Guide in all manners leading to the circles you occupy. I have lived a long time. My pride does not require me to instill that this is some sort of birthright to our younger packmates. Tyler here might live much, much longer than, well, he has yet. There's no need for him to throw himself away to whatever lingers here, when there might be a greener pasture somewhere else.
All right. What do you think the other lupines might consider the now empty space you'll leave behind?
If they consider it an opportunity, they are fools. The worm is strong here in your people, and the ground is tainted. There are no cairns, there are no... There's nothing smaller. I forget the term for what's smaller than a cairn, but made up of compacts. It's on the tip of my tongue. I think it starts with an A.
A sept.
Yeah, sept, yeah. There are no septs. Not of any use to anyone. The Red Talons claimed those in their initial furor, in their renouncement of our duties. They are all tainted. The recovery alone would be costly in our spirits. And once that is gone, then we have to contend with everything else, and a healing earth that will be unkind to us in the meantime. Should some silly tribe like Glasswalkers come in seeing an opportunity, I can only imagine they will be met with dismay and catastrophe. They will not have our support. The ghosts of the Silver Fangs have had it for almost as long as they were here before histories were written. We will find a new destiny given to us by Gaia somewhere else. Those of us that live, that is.
Well, I can't say that that's especially high praise, but it is, however, exactly what I want to hear.
He nods his head, and Tyler does too, seeming not too fond of the idea of staying once all of this is said and done.
Well then. Anybody else got anything? I think that's a pretty good deal.
I think we can send Mr. My Lord off.
Indeed.
Can you always do that? Can you just step through things?
It takes a small amount of effort, but effectively, yes.
Well, that's assuring. Oh, awesome. All right. Well, the last one just came running at us.
As I'm told, it is good that maybe you fought it in an open place, but here is open enough. He is content to leave that at that. If there's nothing else, he will take his leave in the way desired. Tyler will follow.
All right. Send him out through the basement door or something. I don't know.
The basement's kind of full.
Already?
Listen, I'm a busy person. Archon duties, you wouldn't understand.
Ugh.
Speaking of,
What's up?
I'm gonna call up a certain Alistair.
Indeed. Believe I know just the one.
And,
Leon, my boy, how are you doing tonight? It's me, Rasmus.
What? You're not an Alistair. Get the fuck out of here.
It's me, Alistair.
Actually, I have a new posting. I need a DJ for a little fight I'm about to kick off.
I'm hanging up. Fight? No. Not again.
Yeah, lupines and
No.
Methuselahs and yep, they're coming at your door. Better lock it again.
Roger, no, don't do this.
Oh, man. My Roger Rat impression is just a Joker impression. But,
We live in a society.
but,
We're living in a society, Rasmus.
It's like that, but you have to clinker your teeth together.
Oh man, that's gonna be fucked.
Hey man, how's it going?
We live in a
You have to like constantly twitch your lower jaw.
It's not about the money.
The Toreador are just down by the river, and you just gotta ask, how much global warming does it take to wash them all down into the depths? Because I've got a plan, Rasmus. We're gonna throw a party in Antarctica. We're gonna melt it all, Rasmus.
Wouldn't it just be funny, Razzie boy?
Rasmus, I need to shit your pants, Rasmus. Give me your pants.
The Dom angle comes up. What else did we want to run by the Alistor? DJ.
I need to ask him about a certain someone's many ghouls that he has out in fucking nowhere. Vespa's new ghouls or old ghouls.
Yeah.
Newly acquired ghouls, since no one is watching over them.
Yes, we have a tally of these wayward mortals, and we have not seen fit to delete them yet. What
Well,
did you want?
I have a solution for everybody.
Send him against the lupines.
See, actually, you know, this would probably be better. Alright, Piper, I'm gonna level with you. I'm gonna need you to trust me on something.
I need you to level with you. I'm kind of retarded.
I'm kind of retarded. But you already knew this. I'm jealous. I'm a jealous individual. Actually, jealousy isn't the right word. I'm envious. The Chicago chapter of the Succubus Club has a storied history. And I need to compete with that.
I see, so we need an even greater slaughter in its walls.
Yes.
So this guy's fucking insane.
Yeah.
The way that you say that.
I prefer.
I'm just gonna whisper to Jackie.
Mr. Mayor.
Azad's just gonna whisper to Jackie and say, "Nothing has changed in Chicago."
Oh my god. I gotta get out of here.
So, slaughter in the Succubus Club. A productive one, I imagine. You are good with productive. What do I need to do? Send these ghouls somewhere? Send them to you?
Yeah, if you could send them, send them to Jackie. And I'll tell Jackie what to do with them, because that kind of gets me off a little bit too.
I can do that much. I just ask that in any future calls, and this one, whether past or current or until I hang up, please don't talk to me with your dick in your hand.
But it's not in my hand. It's in someone else's hand.
Well, I guess we just call that a Tremere job. No, he doesn't say that. But
I use invisible hands.
It's through the force. Alright?
I'm sorry, I only laugh because it's like, I use a 5-dot discipline to fuck!
I use a 5-dot discipline to jack somebody off.
Welcome to every vampire
game?
server that
Dude, that made me think of
ERP
that-
into their server.
that fucking dude from SWOTOR with the little fucking 3D animation things where you would
I've
I've
got an even better one. I need to turn off the recording for just a moment, but fucking...
How did it get that never fucking goes out of style?
But that lovely tangent aside, we have Piper, who agrees. Yeah, I can send the ghouls over. It'll be an indirect gift to Mr. Young to handle these ghouls in a way that you see fit. Vespa has been a useful tool. He's actually not very far away right now. You might even see him again before this is all done, but if not, I'll be sure to say that you say hi when his mortals are put to proper use.
Yeah, good. You know, it's all part of the plan.
Good to
Capital
hear.
P.
Good to hear. And he'll listen for anything else, but if not, busy is as busy does, he will hang up.
No, that's all I needed.
Yep, he will hang up without much ceremony.
All right, Jackie. I got a little gift for you. Also, you can get your hand off my cock now.
That's your hand. I'm over here.
Why are you watching me? What the fuck?
You're on the phone. We're
Why are
in
you
the
watching
same
me on
room.
the phone? Why are you watching me on the phone jerking my cock?
You just see Azad
Why are you
25.
doing-
You just see Azad 25 feet away, just moving his hand back and forth.
What the
It was me, Leon.
I speed jerked you. Oh, I do have celerity 5, so I can fucking speed jerk him.
Oh.
Speed's unbelievable.
A double
fucking
5-dot discipline fucking to sex somebody.
Lightning strike.
Strike, yeah.
Lightning strike.
I need some for myself. I need someone to harvest it right now.
I cast lightning stroke.
Oh my god. I swear.
I'm sure somebody's like done that not as a joke.
I was
Oh,
about
for
to say,
sure.
like, there's gotta
100%.
be. We are literally in someone's, like, fucking NSFW chat and fucking, like,
We're
Discord.
saying
play by
we're
post.
sitting here joking, but there's somebody who like thought of that and was like, yes, this is hot.
Everybody heard that, they'd be like, damn, I gotta try that, you know?
Oh man.
Mother of
The new-
God.
The new Netflix vampire show is going to feature that as like a thing
No,
to
they-
like, you know, further show that the corporations and government are fucking spying on our games. They're crowdsourcing ideas from us.
They do that in True Blood, where it's just like a blur, and it's them like running around like the house. Where it's just like fucking, it's just a blur, but you know they're having sex.
Oh god.
Really
You're
fast.
not.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me of, like, the fucking, like, speed sex in that show.
Well, fucking Tom bringing it up fucking
You know,
reminded me about it.
I watched that
There's
entire
only so
show,
much
and looking
time.
back, there's a lot of fucking in it.
Oh yeah, I mean that was like the first like big like HBO is just porn. It's not porn, it's HBO. You know, like
Yeah.
that was like the big one, because that was like mid to late 2000s or something.
Doesn't surprise me, off the back of Buffy, the Vampire Slayer, and Angel, and whatever. But such frees you up for the around midnight. You have other things you can interact with, other plans you can make, and all the fun in between.
Did we want to go talk to Powell,
Yes.
or do we want to wait for that?
We've got on the board Powell. I still need to meet with Lonsel. I guess we're holding off a meeting.
Yeah, we don't need to talk to him
Jimmy.
until later.
Let's see. Is there anybody else that we really need to talk to?
I want to talk to Miriyama, but
Indeed.
I kind of want.
In which case, then, I think Powell is the clear first choice.
Unless you want to go talk to Liam and I go talk to Miriyama.
Let's get Powell out of the way first. I think it's more important.
Indeed, and it is, again, not very far at all. So a lot of this is just like up and down the road, not very far from your haven where you started tonight. And so we go. The location you're given, there's not a lot of traffic, even though it is downtown at night. It tends to calm down a good bit, especially it being around midnight, so some places are closed, some places are still open, but they're in the minority, and there's some traffic, but not a lot. And it's only as you sit around for a bit that a vehicle does stop over to you. And it's not the standard luxury vehicle that you might expect. It is instead an armored transport, from which, after parking in the address you were given, basically leads to a business with a large parking lot. As the truck swings into the parking lot and notices you're there, the Scourges will step out and open the back for you before getting back into the driver's seat. And inside of the back of the armored transport truck, a lot of the what would be smaller safety deposit things have been removed and pretty much stripped to just allow the bare minimum of the exterior armor and enough interior spacing to fit a handful of seats. There is enough for where Powell is sitting and 4 others, maybe even 3 others, so 2 people will have to stand. But there is enough space in there for all of you to get in, and then there will be some driving for a bit. But talking on the go. Who would like to stand?
I'll stand.
I can
stand about business.
Azad, Chris, Leon all get to sit. Like respectable individuals.
I cross my leg.
Yeah.
I pat my lap, inviting someone to sit on it.
Everybody looks to Jack. No, I'm kidding. Either way, Powell, comfortable, at least as comfortable as a non-blush of life, Golden Nosferatu, as seems to be, as you all take off again. He will give the glad motion of, boys, it's been way, way too long. And way, way too long in fucking this fucking thing. Getting a little stir crazy. No. I just stay asleep for a few days at a time. Doesn't benefit me to be conscious if I'm not needed. But I've been updated on progress and everything seems great. I also know that our esteemed guest has finally arrived in the city, and well, when all things are said and done, seems like no one will be the wiser, and the city will be better for it. Really have done a lot of good work in the past almost 2 years. I appreciate that. And because of it, we might all keep our heads at the end of this.
Well, I hope not.
Well, we might. Just, depending on how this whole situation goes with a certain force from beyond creation, But, as good as those odds as we could at any other time.
This is true, and, well, I'll just have you know you won't have any more ardent supporters in your court than me. That's the main reason I wanted to bring you over here. There are a couple other points. You see, that force is definitely something to be, contended with. I won't lie that, so much as even a couple decades ago, I might have just up and hightailed it, but things have changed. We've, done good work here. We've joined the Nosferatu nets, old and new. We've stood against some upstart inquisitorial force, and we've got some prime Camarilla real estate, looking to see how we might write the next chapter of Vampire Society, and I think that's all well and good. Even better, I think we've all come out of this with an understanding of where we belong. I know I can say that. It's been a long ride for someone like me, and suffice it to say, it hasn't all been smooth sailing. And it wouldn't have been nearly as smooth or nearly as successful without the right people in the right places. And as much as any prince would love to take credit for that, obviously the credit comes back to some of you guys, so while I could gush and blab, I'd rather do something that proves what I'm saying, that you have my full support. And that's why I'm going to give you these. And he reaches to what is perhaps the most secured thing in the entire vehicle, even more so than him. A single thick, but otherwise kind of short, probably about 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet briefcase, all silvered and had a heavy lock on it, but it's already been undone in anticipation, and he extends it forward to the group, between the two of you, or well, between everybody.
I shall grab a hold of it.
Indeed. It is not heavy. Well, I mean, it's heavy, but it's more the briefcase, not what's in it. Would you like to open the briefcase?
No.
Yes.
Okay. You see, when you open it,
Kill me.
you didn't specify, so you end up closing the briefcase. No, I'm kidding. You open it, and inside of the briefcase, there are exactly 5 rectangles inside that have gold and black designs, but there is a red line along one side. Anybody who wants to could just freely try and guess what these are, but Chris, I'm going to say, just kind of taking half on your skills and something relevant to you, your specialty, I'm going to give you the answer. I'm going to read it off, but I just want to see if anyone can guess.
Let's see. So it's a black box with a red stripe on it, right?
It's thinner than a box. It's like card thickness.
Ooh. Is it a...
Alan's
The Death Note.
Not a
Death Note.
Not a death
Damn.
note.
I mean, it's
So-
smaller.
It's a key card?
Yes. And I will say, Chris, you know what these are because you have seen exactly one of them. These are an exact match for a key card that you have only ever seen Okie Dokie use inside a Fiber V tower. Not even Powell has one like this, and may have heard at least on one occasion that, again, Okie Dokie has complete access to everything in Fiber V Tower for obvious reasons. And I will leave you to guess what that might mean these are.
Oh. Cool.
Indeed. And Powell will tell you, though Chris has already figured it out, these are master keys to Fiber V Tower. You could get anywhere in the building, top to bottom. And that includes various sub-levels that have been highly secured, or all the way up to where the Archons are. With no notice. At your discretion. And Powell turns these over to the group, and he says, I think it's only important that the tip of the spear knows exactly where to place itself. And if there's gonna be an ambush, I know I'd want it to be an ambush on my terms. And if that's the case, now the ambush can be on your terms, wherever it is you see fit to set it. Come the day of Elysium, that is. I'm sure you've been briefed on that plan. It'll be a good time. And anything else you might want to plan or do, or any trouble you might get into? He shrugs.
Huh. I mean, let's see. Well, I guess I'd have to get down in there and actually start poking around, see where the best spot would be, but this would actually be a pretty damn good tool to have.
I think that's a good idea. I would say, for a public-facing ambush, the top floors are obviously the nicest. They are also well defended, but a good trap would be underneath the building. When you go, you'll see why. I made sure when I bought the real estate out from the lease it was in, I made a few alterations that suit our society and, well, practical uses, if maybe not standard legal uses of the real estate.
So how long do we get to keep the cards?
Oh, until I decide to tell Okie Dokie to wipe everything and issue new cards. So for the foreseeable future, I haven't really been talking to him too much recently. He's kind of been operating on his best interest, the orders of the Archons, and a few brief orders I've given him.
I see. Probably buried 20 feet deep in a concrete bunker too.
Put those key cards to use and yeah. Now the answer to that little quip.
I had to imagine that if we were going to be using it for the purposes of dealing with the common summon, that probably be best to go down below. Can't imagine we want a public-facing sort of ambush.
Well, that's true, but at Elysium you can twist all the processes to suit your needs, really. The Camarilla formalities they're just that, formalities. Princes have done better, or much, much worse. Context is key. But you're not wrong. I'd agree with you. Just it will be up to you to figure out how you get targets from Elysium into highly secured hell.
Well, that'll be the thing, trying to determine exactly what she'll be after, considering that Scarlet Sisters will be probably targeting Kindred leadership. It might be best to have you and everybody else down below then. But not sure if you would like to have that kind of access granted to everybody else who would be a target.
It could go either way. If she's after me, could just sneak me down there, see what happens on the upper floors. The Primogen aren't slouches. Well, I mean Liam Best slouches pretty hard, but
I spit out the window.
Yeah, exactly.
I lower the window and
Irregardless.
then spit out it.
Yeah, it's like you imagine there's a window, you spit on it. You draw like window on the side and spit on it. But
I will
I have a
notify.
great imagination.
I will notify Powell that physical forms of weapons do not work, if I remember correctly.
The Blade of Smoke and Shadow worked, I think.
Yes, that's what I'm indicating, at least, that the
I don't
Blade of
think
Smoke
we
and
tried
Shadow worked.
anything else, did we?
I think we attacked with the. I think we shot her with a gun. It didn't work, did it?
no, she was shot and it would have worked. I don't know. I don't remember if it hit or if it missed, but it would have. But
Okay.
it was the Scarlet Sister is a kindred. All
Mhm.
illusions and manipulations and other things aside, she is kindred. And that's why the Blade of Smoke and Shadows worked, and that's also why other things might have worked, just not nearly as well. The demon is a different matter.
Yeah.
But you're on that track. So you can assume when the Scarlet Sister shows up, she might be showing up in force with more things to unleash mass kindred death, her own box of hammers, but...
Don't you worry. Technically, right now, I could buy it right now. Auto can damage them all.
Based.
But it doesn't do aggravated damage, which is disappointing. Unless it's Burning Blade would.
I mean, against kindred, for sure. But yeah, that is what you're facing right now, is the Scarlet Sister will come with whatever she has up her sleeve to attempt to destroy the kindred leadership. So whatever thing she thinks she needs to destroy Powell and or the Primogen Council around him is what she's bringing.
Hmm. All right then. As far as that is concerned, then we'll have a plan appropriately in place. Probably best to have you as the main prize and just make sure that the Primogen know the quickest way to get out of the building. That way, Scarlet Sister will instead focus her attention down below.
I think that's
As far as I'm
completely fair. He'll nod. That's just the first point of business. I even have some other things we could talk about.
Oh,
That was
really?
that was
All right.
that was the most important one. But I
You're
figured I could. Yep, good.
All right. Well, we'll see what all we can scope out, and we'll get back to you on that part. Let's
Yeah.
move to the next point of order then.
Yep, and he will say that this obviously impacts everybody, but he wanted to make sure that he had everybody's faith in him reimbursed, as there may have been a couple points of disagreement or concern with a decision or two Powell had made in the not too distant past. So, first off, I've got a plan considering all that happened with the fight out against the Sabbat. And I've got a little motion, a little idea, you know. I mean, you could call it a chess move, but it's more like a lesson in checkers, I think. And
Love checkers.
I do too. And I'm gonna read it off for you, but since I remember one particular point, I'm going to... Holy shit, that's good, John. But he's gonna slide a piece of paper over to Jackie, and he says, I was thinking, and obviously, again, I'll read this, but I just want to see Jackie's face first. I got a little letter that I'm going to send out. South Arkham, southeast, a little place where people like the A with the circle around it. And I'm just going to send them this, because I've heard some things have changed recently.
All right.
I haven't sent this yet, so I'm maybe still taking criticism, but dear, all anarchs not nominally accepted or tolerated by the Camarilla. As of recent instability in the region of Salem, and the need to protect the Masquerade for all of us, the praxis that comprises Arkham will be, in its parts, small and large, issuing notice that all of the self-proclaimed anarchs will be relocated due east of the current boundaries of the domains of Arkham to maintain the Masquerade, as we require a greater hold on assets that have been mismanaged in recent years. All anarchs will be obliged to make arrangement by such a date as has been given, leaving Salem proper. However, all of those anarchs who might wish to maintain their holdings and may potentially have umbrage with the current state of affairs in the movement will be given a narrow window by which they may petition for a more honestly considered plea to join the Camarilla. After all, it wouldn't be an issue if people were upset about someone named Etinesh and the powers that be splitting up their united front against a Camarilla that's done all the heavy lifting. That could never happen. But if it was, then maybe it's like Etinesh was never even a player at the board. Our diplomatic mission with the Anarchs never failed, and they're pushed out, and a more stable Arkham grows as a result. Just a thought, though. I haven't sent this letter. Any thoughts on that one, Jackie?
Well, how likely do you think that they'll actually fall in line with it?
Well, about half of them, the half closer to Arkham proper, has just been told there's been a change in management and all their turf is now going to be overseen by a bunch of red, center and council. You think they're going to open up? I even heard a Mecron got himself motioned down to Sweeper for his trouble. So, how do you think all them fancy casinos and music clubs and all the people who like to think of themselves as independents but now firmly under the yoke of a Red Marjorie, and, well, anybody else in the, that clique, are Baronet Etinesh? You think they're very happy? You think they feel like their votes ever mattered?
I doubt it, though. I wonder how they'll feel knowing that they won't get a vote here either.
Exactly. But they can be treated with respect here while their vote doesn't matter, instead of being disrespected and their vote doesn't matter. And the ones that we don't want don't even get the chance. But they get to pretend that they have the chance. But it's a thought.
I have a... might actually... Oh, sorry.
I have a funny off question, but why do they call themselves the Reds? What's the deal with that? I'm not really terribly familiar with the Anarch movement and its different peculiarities or whatever.
I'm not an expert, but I can... A long-standing rumor is that the Bruja may have had a hand in the original communist uprisings that occurred after Marx. That they were a spark for the mortals, or the mortals were a spark for their undead souls, so they fell in pretty hard with the actual state socialism, communism.
Oh,
far
okay.
left.
That's all you need to say.
Yes.
Let's push these guys out.
I fucking hate communists. Oh, fuck.
I spit on the ground. I spit on the ground. You know, after fighting in the fucking Afghan war, and I go fucking goddamn fucking Russians.
Yeah.
Oh, those red bastards ruined my country.
Yeah, but that's literally like the illusion, and Powell explains, and then proles just stands for proletariat, and they are a less militant, less state militaristic communist action. They are still probably rooted in communist ideals, just they're probably closer to like anarcho-syndicalists than true state socialists, communists. So
What was the name of the? It's not the Red Council, right? I know it's the Shadow Curtain is the Russian.
The Revolutionary Council.
Yes.
Yeah, the Revolutionary Council.
Yeah, I'm thinking, fuck these red guys. Get them the fuck out of here. Get them away from the city. Get them the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't mean to alarm too quickly, but in case we have just a group of Leos going around, maybe we hold off on this till things settle down a little bit.
oh yeah, he's not sending this immediately. It's just
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, the game plan that has been set months, if not years, in the making.
I'm all for stringing up some anarchs. I'm just... Maybe you're not right now.
Yes, he is entirely of that opinion, which is why this has not been sent, and the wounds have been allowed to fester. And he's also made it clear to note in this missive that, or rather he will now, that this will of course be binding if there's ever a change in the princedom and exactly how the territories in Arkham are to be established, because, well, like I said before, we've done some great things. We've risen up old net and new. We've secured our holdings, and we've it took me a second. I'm like, wait a minute, we've like you guys, and like, oh, we've, yeah, but
we done a great deal of things together and got a great deal of things to accomplish yet. So I think that we got to get together and make sure that we're all on the same page.
yes, and being aware that there will be a great deal of growth to come out of this if we all remain alive, and I think, well, if anybody's gonna remain alive after all of this, we all happen to be seated in the same place together. I might not have thought that, hell, even a couple years ago, but now, hell, maybe you've kicked a little bit of life into this old corpse, 'cause it's been generations, and I've seen countless humans die. I've seen kindred die by more numbers than probably we're supposed to have. And I've seen more elders die than I've got fingers, so it all tacks on a bit. And the reason I came to Arkham, I ain't even gonna hide this from you all anymore, was really like anybody else, to hide and wait it out. But now, I think all of us have something we can stand up, stretch, and reach for.
Well, Mr. Prince.
Oh.
Might I extend something that might kickstart your heart a little bit more?
I'm all ears.
Well, I don't know how much you know about the history of the Succubus Club.
Oh, I am a fan.
Good. Well, at the ground floor, Mr. Prince, you can be a significant investor, not in terms of wealth and luxury, but in terms of bloodshed.
Oh, I do love sending kindred to dirty their hands.
Well, This one requires a more je ne sais quoi. I am proposing to invite lupines into your city and to trap them in the heart of the Succubus Club and slowly watch them die in gladiatorial combat before we swoop in and save the day.
I do love a good show and a good killing of lupines. Hate the fuckers, but gotta deal with rats where you can, and can't put poison everywhere, so I liked it. I like traps. He'll look over... Oh, good.
Significantly so, and to recreate the Succubus Club tales of old, a certain prince by the name of Lodin, rest his soul, he has, he died in the Succubus Club, but he was attacked by lupines as they wanted to eradicate him as the highest target in Chicago at the time. And certainly no one else was there to sway that vote. But I would like to propose, Mr. Prince, that you come to the Succubus Club and present yourself as ample enough bait for the lupines. But before you say yes, just know I have a secret that I'm willing to let you in on.
You know, given the example of Lodin, I should probably have entertained this with a more solid no, but I am interested in secrets. It's kind of my Nosferatu thing. But I also have an idea that might make this even more amenable, so I'm willing to, on a condition, yeah, I'll come down. I'll come right down.
Well, see, just as you're the hanging dollar bill, ready to be clasped up by a lupine's talons. See, I have this funny little mirror, and Leon will take it out, that could teleport you into your prized undercity. It's a gateway. So when they come in expecting you, and you'll be there for a little bit, of course you want to watch the fight. But if anything gets out of hand, we can bring you into the Undercity. Safe and sound.
I like that idea. That's a solid idea. I've still got a singular condition on it, but if you'd hear me out, I'd be more than willing to...
Of course.
I'd like to be able to invite a friend to come with me and watch, as I think they'll be more than amenable.
What's their name?
Lord Strom.
Never heard of him.
As far as co-conspirators go, we've been useful to each other, so I think he'd be a useful seat at my side to have. And second, I'm sure he hates lupines even more than I do.
Well, funny enough, I was going to go talk to him. Not about this, but yes, we could do that.
Perfect.
Of course, he's always welcome in my domain.
Powell bows his head, of course, and would not presume, but once the invitation's sent, then yeah, I'll come on down. I'll have a good sit. I'm sure Strom knows a bit about that handy magic as well. He could get us both out or make plans for him to be ready to do it on his end, and we'll be safe as kittens.
Good. Yeah, that actually works out quite well. Yes. Was that it? Was that your one condition?
Yeah, that was it. I full of backdoors like a Ventrue contract.
Yeah, I mean that works. Yeah. Any objections to Lord Strom being there? Others?
No, not
Nine.
for me.
Not for me.
I have one caveat.
Do not
Oh.
care. Silence.
I have one caveat.
Do not care. This is
I've
the
won-
prince's
Which
command.
is
I only have one thing for this.
what?
You know, one thing. I want
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat you.
Akhtar
bloodshed
Ibn
yourself
Ahmed
right
to
now.
be there.
Bloodshed yourself right now.
I see why I didn't bring it. I mean, yeah, Paul shrugged. He's like, sure, I'll let the fucking Banu Haqim.
We're bringing all.
Yep.
All right.
No, see, we can't bring too many heavy hitters, then they'll know it's a trap.
Yeah, but then
He-
it's perfect. Then it's like, oh look, there's 4 heavy hitters in a corner by themselves.
Yes,
Guess what?
And there's
Perfect.
6 of them. There's gonna be fucking also red whatever they're fucking
Shadow
shadow
Lords.
walkers, shadow lords. There, we can't make it. It's supposed to be a trap. It can't be like the showdown.
He can be very sneaky.
How about this? You can invite your guy to be one of the people that lure them in.
I don't know if he would. I mean, I could ask.
Okay, well, that's the only thing. That's the only way. Plus, it's haram for him to be in the Succubus Club.
Yeah, that's why I don't like going there. It's haram.
Yeah, Powell is not going to intercede on the Banu Haqim's behalf to have somebody there. Is again, it was only
I'm
going
just
to be
teasing.
Powell.
I'm just
Oh.
teasing. It was just if Strom's going, we're going.
Well, hey, man,
I was just teasing. Does I forgot what I was gonna say in terms of Powell. We asked Powell about the Methuselah, right? He didn't know, right?
yeah, he'll elaborate if you ask him. Now that you're kind of in a more public and not an oh hey look there are other people around kind of place.
Yes.
I don't know what clan, I don't know what generation. I have to presume at least a little older than me, which doesn't leave a lot of room. I'm being healthy, that's assuming 5th. That also means they've been here a while. I've never seen them. I've never come face to face with a situation where my disciplines have told me that I'm face to face with a 5th generation. So, obviously they're good at hiding. Probably using proxies. Probably in the courts. It's one of the reasons I've secured certain assets like good old Okie Dokie as much as I have to keep him away from elements in the court that might not be who they say they are. And also securing myself with certain people like the Seneschal, whereas the Herald is, well, I half expect someone to try and manipulate him as a single point of failure, and then them failing as a result. Having said all of that, I have noticed that votes in the Primogene Council are usually intact as I would expect them, as much as votes in a Primogene Council can be held sacred, which is not very fucking far, but...
Don't look at me. I vote myself.
Yes. But inter-clan politics I've seen shift heavily. I mean, the guilds of Arkham have been a fucking sty for years, and supposedly, the last successful standalone prince before me died as a result of issues with the guilds, whatever that was. But even beyond that, in our late great Belisco Monte, you've got the Ventrue up in arms the recent decade. You've got the Anarch fallout of a lot of Gangrel and Bruja just a little bit before that. There's plenty of room where anyone could have moved in and given a few explicit orders and disrupted the clans to effectively neuter them. So, I've always operated with a lift up the little guy and see who resists and who pushes down the pieces. It's also very healthy for a city to let some of the old blood get their shit pushed, as the kids say, by the young blood. The ones who can, the ones who can't, fail, and, well, it's a lesson to the rest. So, I don't know who, but I can imagine if they're manipulating different clans internally, they've got the disciplines to do it. And if they're getting in with some of the clans, like some of the more nascent ones, I find it hard to believe that you could stick a Malkavian in among Ventrue and call it a grand plan. So, I've got a few clans I think it could be, but I don't know who it is. I just know that they're out there.
That was going to be my follow-up question, would be, do you have suspicions or ideas of how to find them?
Well, however you find a Ventrue Toreador, or hell, possibly a Brujah, but I don't really think so. The day I find a living Brujah that's still playing a slow game, I'll build a gold statue to fucking Hannibal. But judging by the disciplines that I suspect are being used, Ventrue, Toreador, or Brujah, however you find one of them. So I've seen their elders at work, I can see what they do. And that's more or less how they're playing the game. And at 5th generation, it would be quite the show. Let alone if it's older than that.
I'm going to ask Jackie, and I'm going to ask Jackie in Cryptolec, what are would you be aware of any of the top companies in Arkham? We know what we're looking for, at least, so.
Well,
How the best way to find a Ventrue? Look at a business model.
I would doubt he would be so bold to claim a company.
Paul would agree. He would point at Horatia and say, if Horatia was your suspect, she was the biggest business dealer in Arkham. So, at least of Clan Ventrue.
Mm-hmm.
And the Nosferatu, some of the Brujah, and others obviously hold pieces of the pie. But if they were going to hold businesses, they would bend the kindred that already hold the businesses.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess my second town to ask Mom's Fuckhouse. Portia, a neonate named Portia.
I don't know what you're talking about at all. Who's that?
I don't know, dude. Just a neonate that I know.
Neonates know
I can't
nothing.
stop twitching my eyes. Fuck. Mom, fuck house. Fuck.
Yeah,
Portia, you're so hot. Fuck.
It's
Yeah,
the fucking
well,
inverse of the goddamn test from Blade Runner.
Portia, I want you to suck my Vardenfell.
Motherfucker,
We're going there. High five. I high five Fark.
Yep.
Hey Fark, look who joined you from Chicago.
No.
But
Listen to my album. Do it now.
You call this
We'll
art?
enjoy the smooth tones of a saxophone.
Yeah. I can't wait for the tornado to absolutely shit down Fark's throat, being like, "That's not art, bro. That's just you violently just going, boop, into a saxophone."
You and a Brujah did this?
I grabbed them by the legs and I throw them into the stratosphere.
what was Azad's second question or follow-up?
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really gonna ask that. It was more so of like, that was my initial. I wanted to see what his answer was, but it's tough now. I was trying to Is it possible if he can, as he is a Nosferatu and at least the oldest member in Arkham, I know he's probably busy, but while he's doing that, would it be possible to look into it? I know easier said than done, of course, but yeah.
I've got a thing I can offer. It's not something I normally offer because it's a little bit of a prescient secret. If you were unable to do so yourself, though I look and I see a Tremere and a Banu Haqim in a room together, and I have to think, well, shit, I'm kind of not useful here anymore, but if you needed someone to test blood discreetly, I have a method by which we could have that done. I would just need the blood delivered to me, but I think, again, looking, Banu Haqim, Tremere, you've already got that one kind of in the bag. But
it's in the bag.
I would offer it if you needed it. That would be my...
Who is this person, by the way, that you have that could do this, pal?
It's a Tremere.
Very good. Never mind. Continue on.
Yeah.
I think I know who it is.
He'll nod his head, but yeah, that would be his main method, is using the blood source of the Tremere to identify...
As long as your main man is Tremere, we're good.
Yeah. So, routing that one, that's how he would have handled it, playing the long game. But seeing as how things are transitioning to a short game, it may just be in your wheelhouse to do that.
I mean, how do we get... I mean, just speak into the ether. Oh, Methuselah! Come talk to me. I look around.
If I was on Xavier, I would bring him out in an instant.
Yeah. But he'll just say, typically, best bet is to talk to some of the oldest kindred you know. They'll notice other things with their either advanced disciplines or attempts to manipulate them, and in turn, you might be able to put the ripples together.
You have the census. You were here. Who was in this? Who?
Sometimes it's better to ask who hasn't been here very long and who is very old. You've
Fair.
got Miriama, very recent. You've got Hunson Medell, relatively recent.
Mm-hmm.
You have, well, we know now Horatia was unwittingly a pawn, but she had been here a very long time and was comparatively old compared to most kindred alive these nights.
Mm-hmm.
Penny's has been around a long time, not terribly old generation, but...
Who's that? Don't know who that is. Fuck. Who's that? Fuck.
We still...
Allison Wainwright, we know, has been manipulated by one party, but that doesn't mean another hasn't also been around, and she is of a generation. The other ones to maybe consider are our friends in the Hecata. They have at least 2 elders in their midst.
Yes, Little Augustus and Detria.
Yeah, you could ring them up and see if they noticed anything. They might be willing to put one on the tab of the Ivory Tower, or maybe for a favor they can expedite something, but...
I do have their phone number.
Indeed.
Well, I guess one problem at a time. Side quest before we do another. We gotta do the side quest before we do the main quest.
For sure, and he is of no mind in terms of what you do first. He believes things in your hands, we have the best possible chance. But he's open to the questions or otherwise he can drop you off wherever's convenient. Probably back at your car. So.
Well, pal, I wanted to ask about this letter again that you thought about sending out. So we think about the proles. Yeah, they're most inclined to take the deal, come back to the Camarilla. At least for the ones that are actually worth having. But do you think the Reds will actually move out?
I think there's more contention in the Reds than we see on paper, or they might try something bold, think themselves creative, and in time you'll be able to capitalize on that one way or another. Outplay them on the board, or stomp out the ones that need stomped out. I think, ultimately, it's a chess game that they haven't been equipped to play. Whatever happens will happen, and if I'm the one still wearing the prince's crown, then I'll do it. But if I've perhaps moved on to another position, or another responsibility, or another plane of existence, then that falls to the ones, or one, who comes after.
Well, pal, well, I had something lined up, and then you kind of threw me for a loop there, I'm not gonna lie. How exactly do you mean?
Let's just say I know that our Archon friends will have a certain need of me after this, and not all of the options are positive, though I do believe some very positive ones exist. And, like I said, originally I came here to hide, but now, standing here with all the cards I have, dealt an immensely bad hand by fate and anything else you might pray to, we've managed to turn it around for the most part, and I think, despite the strong hand the Camarilla has, it's not really in a position to ignore what good is being done here. And once the city's clean, this small, outlying area of the Northeast's metropolitan arm, they might have need of a sixth generation somewhere else, and though I'm not one to leave for sake of the atmosphere, it might be the only choice I'm given. And if that's the case, well, instead of hiding, I will choose now to rise to the occasion.
Patriotic.
Well,
I said that with sincerity, by the way, not sarcastically. I just
I was
want
like,
that.
damn.
No, I was saying.
Let's see. I think that as another collecting measure, I think the letter would do some good, yes. Ultimately, I will say that we're gonna have to stop kicking this can down the road eventually. Sending them out eastwards, if you mean to out to Innsmouth, is certainly a way to get rid of most of them, unless you mean to push them all the way out to Delta or just out into the ocean, which I would recommend.
I wouldn't say the ocean. The state line isn't too far away. Just gonna be on that one, and then you've got trade partners over there. Even I don't know.
The only good anarch is a dead anarch.
I happen to agree. Frankly, I'd like to see most of them dead. Gone is also good, but them causing up trouble somewhere else down the line is, well, just in their nature.
Well, it need not be here, and that is the ultimate decisive win of this. If whoever is wearing the crown in the end decides that it's just better to round them up and put the gallows to good use, that's on them, but
I guess I do agree with Powell in some regards, because the if the anarchs get a martyr, that it will only enhance their fervor.
Martyrs only count if there's enough around to actually follow their lead. I'll make sure that they don't.
Gotta also watch out for the fire starters. No Gotta watch for car bombs and shit.
That's true, but all in the name of the game. However, I think using this as a further division to at least collect up who is willing to come across would be good. In fact, I think this might help out quite a bit.
Yeah, Powell finger guns at that. It's like, that is the main idea. The division will be the ultimate deciding blow. Besides, might help.
And they'll kill everybody who will stand in the way of not being so cooperative anyway.
Thumbs up there.
So, in fact, I think that I agree. But allow me to move on to a second point of order then. How... Let's see. Yeah, it seems out of all of the things to come out of this arrival of the Justicar, as well as the Archons, it's I can see why you might be entertaining all the possibilities. The Lady Justicar's reputation is something to be quite respected within Clan Ventrue. And one completely warranted.
Yes, anyone with a brain will do exactly the same.
Right. So, I can only hope for the best. I can.
As can I. It is, at this point, up to our actions, and anything that we could hope to say directly is out of our hands. We must simply do.
So, I must...
Go ahead.
Prince Bal, allow me to say this with the utmost respect. I would not dare to open my mouth and give it in such a way as to mean it in any sort of disparaging manner.
Absolutely.
But if I had to look at it from the outside perspective, it's kind of a rough shape. Arkham is.
Close my ears.
You know, Demon, not exactly any of the Prince's fault previous. Existed for Kerway, existed for everybody in between. Frankly, you're just the last line to hold that bag. That's a rough one. But considering the state of the Anarchs, the Red Talons, frankly, with the arrival of the Lady Justicar and Clan Ventrue's universal open warfare declaration on anybody calling themselves an Anarch, all I have to say, however, the board ourselves is also complicit in that sort of failure.
Yes, they are more than aware of my handling of the Anarchs, and they have kept complete documentation of the situation and the casualties on all sides. Camarilla to Anarch, Anarch to Camarilla, and Sabat to Camarilla, and Anarch to Sabat. I like that number particularly, but no, you are.
I think that would be a funny number.
It is very funny.
All this to say, I cannot quite give you a full and forthright answer on what the Lady Justicar will think.
And I do not need that, Jackie. I only need you to do your best. When that is done, we'll all have our answers. And I think you'll get something out of it too. I think the Lady Justicar has made her terms, and I've made sure to give my absolute glowing recommendation of you 5. So, whatever happens,
I appreciate
happens.
that.
Yeah.
I only wish to bring up the potential that, well, you might be moving on to greater things. I'm not gonna lie. I think that the 5V project, in fact, might be something that might be something worth more to them now. I can only wonder if you had plans to expand the network further out.
Oh yes, Prince Kevin Jackson and I have already handshaked on a Chicago office, and well, I think that got their attention, but we'll just have to see what happens.
How was PKG?
Okay.
He's well. Frustrated, but well.
All right. Oh, frustrated. Whatever for?
Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't even know why I asked, frankly. Well,
I feel like he's part of the problem, you know? Gangs and all that. But, you know, nonetheless, who am I to question him?
well, gang's good for Chicago, paradoxically.
Good.
Good for all Chicago.
Yeah.
All that to say that I'm not sure if there really can be a plan for what happens after Prince Powell, but considering how many variables are still up in the air, but would you even want to stay in this kind of city?
I'll answer that, but let me in turn ask you something really quick. How long are you intending to stay in this city, all five of you? I mean, it's home in some ways, isn't it? I mean, home can change, but it's where the heart is. Is that the case for all of you?
I'll shake my head.
I know the Azad's got bigger and better plans.
Yeah, we're doing it. We're declaring a jihad for fucking Alamut. No, I'm kidding. We're not.
Yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
He looks around. I'm totally joking.
I'm joking, totally joking, guys. I whisper in the corner, Allah Akbar!
Long live the fathers.
Urshulgi!
I'll get you, bitch!
I will fucking kill you and your Alamut!
I'm coming!
I'm gonna kill you.
Well, dude, like, in the ring? In real life!
Alive. As for me, well, it's an interesting question. I'd say that I've still got business.
Yeah, you don't need to answer, but it's just the thought that counts as. Again, as I told you, my business for a long time was hiding, and that was for a few reasons. I could spill all the dirty details. It's not like at this point it's worth hiding anything. All of my dirty laundry will be aired to the highest people in the land, and judgment will be given on whether or not I did a good job, or a satisfactory one, or a poor one. But regardless of whether or not you want that big long story, I chose to remain here as I realigned myself, and to that, now that I feel that I've kind of recentered myself as a 6th generation elder in a sect in the modern Knights, I owe a small something to it. If I was going to leave, I'd leave it in good hands and not in another interregnum. If I get to make that choice.
And if you have to leave,
Then I will do the same. I will make sure that there is a prince worthy of the title.
I mean that in the case that if you have to leave at all, you might just have to stay.
Yeah. And if I have to stay, then I will continue to repay the city that has given me that chance to redevelop myself with my continued frayed ends of sanity.
You know, I don't think I could put that any better than than how you did. Well, pal, I'll say that no matter what, insofar as Salem and the Anarchs are concerned, the practice of Salem will be surely within Camarilla control.
Indeed. I'm only curious as whether or not I will be seeing a certain player on the board here, a certain player on the board there, if we're saying Prince Jackie of Salem, or Prince Jackie of Arkham's got a fun ring to it. He shrugs.
Well, maybe so.
Stop telling the Climax King. Stop teasing him.
I'm just saying.
No,
You
keep
tell
talking. Keep talking.
But
You're edging him. You're edging him. Stop edging him. Stop edging him.
when you tell the entire clan of kings a little secret, you're kind of asking, "Hey guys, will you edge me?"
That's called talk coming from the Nosferatu.
Hey, you're looking mighty like a Toreador writing that down. Fuck with you.
Well,
Paul gives that a little tease as he has perhaps overheard a thing or two from Ventrue, other ancilla, elder, or neonate.
I think, I don't think I've got anything else, pal. All that's left is to, not die again.
Yep, he thumbs up to that.
Alright. Gentlemen, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's ride.
Yep, he'll let you off wherever it is, probably back at your cars. And once again, off into the night, not stopping at any one place for too very long.
I don't think he stopped at that red light. He just went right through that.
That was Bradley. He he just fucking like makes eye contact with the other car, like, you will not fucking get the most illegal left you've ever seen.
He didn't even try. He just fucking ran it. I actually saw that at a fucking red light today, dude. It was just
Oh, man.
this lifted truck just drove through. There was a cop at the other end. He actually did a fucking U-turn. I was like, oh, he's fucked. What a moron.
Yeah, it's a way to be. But free again, free at last. Whence will you go?
Do we talk to the big boy, the Methuselah, or no?
You have not yet.
We don't really need to talk to him.
Yeah, I mean, handling the Methuselah will be for later. The werewolf
Yeah.
is the primary problem.
Well, it's
and
more
are
so
there
the
any
fact that
more-
giving the Methuselah time to try and find the other Methuselah. You know, might as well set that off before.
Oh, I will tell you, like, you agreed last story, he's looking
Oh,
into
okay.
it, so it's like,
Never mind then. He's continuing. Never mind. Okay.
yeah.
I don't know.
Uno momento.
No problem. There was talking with Lonsel. There is also anyone you
Oh,
might
yeah.
want to talk to round things out on any of your plans. Lupine's first, it seems. You also have Fiber V Tower you could explore.
Let's see.
Also, Tom, what are we looking at for end time tonight?
Oh, I don't have to work tomorrow.
Okay,
so.
just no problem then. I just wanted to check. All good then. Good, John.
I am CP, so I might go to bed eventually in a bit, but not right now.
What a pussy.
I work tomorrow, man. I'm so tired, man. I'm running off of like 5 hours of sleep.
I've been there. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. But what were you saying, John?
Let's go for Lonsel, I think. To begin with, I think that'd be a quick one. Perhaps.
What was everything that was on the agenda? Refresh my memory. Notes left.
Meet with Lonsel. Talk to anyone you think might be an asset for what seems to be first on the agenda, dealing with the Red Talon Lupines. And maybe if you guys wanted to go and use the cards to explore Fiber V Tower.
Gotcha. I would say I agree with John. Let's do Lonsel, and then we could do Fiber V.
Indeed. Lonsel will make himself present even this deep into Camarilla territory. He does not fear. And he will pull himself up in a limousine. Not his most normal fare, but something he could definitely afford. He will give all greetings, and he will motion everybody to come on inside, as there is somebody inside with him. So it is more just to be polite and not keep the other party waiting. But the other party does not exit the limousine.
All right. Well, I'll make the introductions to Lonsel. Good evening.
Yes, thank you, Jackie. It's great to see you. He stands relatively clear of the door. He's not hiding anything, but he'll get back in either after you do or right before you do, depending on who wins the you go first battle.
I go first.
Okay, then he'll go after you.
Azad goes first. There you go.
I'll just walk. Go hi, Lonsel, and then I'll get in.
Yep. And once everybody is seated in the cozy interior of the limousine, there is indeed an individual seated in there who greets you, maybe slightly less formally, but just as, or with just as much mirth.
A Mekron
ibn Hakmud, the now sweeper of the Anarch movement, as he bows his head and says, you gentlemen, it is good that we are well met again. It was an excellent fight out in the Delta, and finally we are rid of the Sabbat. Truly we are blessed, and blessed by the leadership you all displayed. I would say my thanks, but we have plenty to discuss already.
No, you can start with your thanks.
I thank each of you for your continued patience and efforts to secure the area and secure peace from both within
Peace
and without. Was that?
Peace within our time.
Yes, peace within our time.
Very good. Now that your thanks are out of the way, do you prefer to sit on... I don't have any rugs out. Sorry. Do we have suitable... Where are we? I completely lost the setting.
You're in the limo, right?
Yeah, you're in a limousine.
Oh.
And...
Okay.
Yeah.
So definitely no.
It's even more fucking racist. Wow, I see you're sitting in a perfectly good chair. Should I let out some like Preo rugs for you to lay down on?
We have the cleaning rugs. We haven't cleaned them yet. We still have muck from the Delta on them, but you can sit down on those, Mr. Former Baron. Oh, sorry, Sweeper.
Listen, Mecron. I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new Camarilla. And you are invited. Don't make me kill you.
You're either with me or you're against me.
Kill you.
Only Camarilla deal in absolute.
That's right, bitch.
I will do what I must. You will try.
This is just like that 4chan reading of this, like.
You were supposed to bring the boards into the good posting, not leave it in shit.
God.
Well, Mecron, I must say that I am surprised. Out of everybody, I did not think it would be you.
Why not? I mean, he's just... I wouldn't say he's disgraced, but he's kind of the fall guy. Where else does he have to go?
It is...
I gotta figure that,
Good.
let's see. Well, Mecron, I wasn't exactly sure how do I say this without being so damn defensive? I wasn't sure how your bloodline would really acclimate to it.
No, that's not offensive. That is a
We
fact.
have rugs for your types of people. Some carpet bombs.
No, Azad will definitely say no. That is genuinely not offensive. That is a factual statement, Jackie.
I understand that you've done quite a bit to clear the name of what do they call themselves now? What are they?
The
Snakes.
Ministry, yes. It's
The Ministry.
a new take on the name to suit a new philosophy regarding the antediluvian, or lack thereof, depending on which member of the family you're talking to.
That's
But-
like saying that. That's like saying, ministry, or no longer Sedites ministry. That's like saying Banu Haqims aren't Diabolus. Like what?
Well, it's like when the Bruja said that, oh, well, the spawn
I
of...
give that side eye. Just like,
I definitely look at Jackie with the,
Warren?
look.
Warren?
Diabolus? Never met him.
But yeah, he'd make the offhand comment about Bruja and Troye and how they're supposedly different, air quote. But his thing goes, we did try, and that as a clan was rejected in favor of the Banu Haqim, which fair and ultimately reasonable judgment. I
smile.
I come from a certain position that I imagine not all ministry, and to be completely fair, I don't imagine very many Setites do as well. My sire was early in his divergence in philosophy from the traditional theocratic sect, and though we retain much of our influence, power, and connection to that which made us so, modern knights require modern methods, and any sort of pretending that it is still 1000 BC is not going to serve us in modern nights. The kind are different. The cities are different. To expect a happy ending from such practices would be expecting, well, wrong city, wrong people. What I instead would do is think of the future. I do not wish ill or death on Etinesh personally. She has commitment and spirit, but I believe her actions or her lack of a willingness to see other options has spelt doom for her project. And I believe it will be the youngest of the movement who will suffer in that name. And that is the last thing I wanted. Even less than Etinesh's death. So, I am here to ask instead that I will cooperate with the Ivory Tower through Lonsel, he bows his head, or anyone else with a position of authority to ensure that any transition for those who remain in Salem is peaceful, and those who are scattered are ideally allowed to do so peacefully. Obviously, those who remain and are militant can not be abided, but enough vitae has been lost over all of this foolishness, and in some ways I feel I am only directly responsible.
To what end? What do you... You come to us.
The day of my daughter's wedding.
The day of my daughter's wedding.
The day of my suicide run. And you asked me for a favor.
Sorry, I'm just there with all the media today. I'm sorry, guys.
No, that's what I was directly.
Okay, good. My sleep
I was
deprivation
right
also kicking in too, buddy.
That's why I was doing the voice, and you just picked up after.
Yeah.
You have never come to me in friendship before, but now tonight you come.
Why
to
now?
I got my Marlowe Brandon.
Why now, huh?
One day in the future, I will ask of you to give me your blood bond. And maybe now,
I
and
look
maybe
at
never.
Necron and go, look at how they massacred my boy.
But whether or not the question is exaggerated or not.
Yeah, what does he want? Why is he coming here? Just to avoid bloodshed?
Yes, he wants the actual neonates and the lower ancillae and any other anarchs who aren't going to fight to be given that chance to either evacuate or obviously the ones that are integrated into the Camarilla, if they are, can stay. And he would like that to be anybody, proles, reds, this, that, or the other. Anyone who isn't going to stand and fight should be allowed to leave or join. And
As in fight the Camarilla.
yeah, obviously those ones he can't save. And he would encourage and work to make sure
Which ones does he think would fight the Camarilla?
he knows Baron Etinesh will go down fighting. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. She
I
will
have
die on her hill.
I
But
have a question for Mecron, actually. Due to the last time we fought, or we had the Elysium at the Succubus Club, I noticed a few fighters, right, that were anarchs, right?
yeah, proles and
That was Bert, and there's the Tremere one, I believe.
yeah,
That she's
Meredith
also a
Fanad.
prole.
Yeah,
She's also a prole, right?
yes.
Are there any other? Were there any noticeable ones that were proles?
The only ones that fought were proles. There were
Okay.
actually a red or two just kind of in the crowd, but they didn't fight.
Yeah. I am going to ask Baron and Mecron that if he wants to not have bloodshed, if he is
going to cooperate with the Camarilla, and this is me talking as Azad as the Bellis in this regards. I'm going to ask that you set up a meeting with Meredith and Bert with us. So that they
Meredith
can...
being the Tremere?
Yeah.
Yes. So that they can join...
Leon will say, hey, she's already good. She's...
Yeah. Well, I just want I want her to be there as well. I already want her to be there as well, just as a thing, because they are the two big heavy hitters for the trolls, I believe.
Well, she will conform with her chantry.
Perfect. So then Bert, and any other heavy hitters that he has any remaining influence upon within the proles. Especially, I will actually say, because one thing I've noticed on Sealy speaking is that majority of the gangrels in Clan Gangrel are not gangrels.
That
I will actually
is not. Well, okay. There is the sleeper of the riders in the gangrel, and
there's two of them, aren't there?
No.
There's two.
Ela.
I thought there's two.
No, it's just Ela.
Okay.
There's no, that's literally it. But I would turn around and say, a Macron would accept. Obviously, he'd bring anyone into the fold who you wanted to speak to and help ensure this or that. But he would also say, I see enough vitae has been spilled over all this foolishness. To help facilitate all of this, I would be willing to remain as a hostage in a gilded cage or an iron one to secure all of this, if it's needed. And in so doing, anyone that I have sway over, or that I think might heed this, a peaceful exit, a departure, or a joining of the Camarilla, would be something I would entertain.
Well, firstly...
First things first. Your what?
List.
There we go.
Now, since Leon does know Jackie's plans, Leon will look over to Jackie as he's saying this. There is obviously a bar of certain individuals who cannot join the Camarilla. Your clan, of course, being notable as one such. That said, if you wish to ferry your neonates and all the others who wish to join the Camarilla, there has to be a level of commitment, a loyalty test. There has to be blood in.
Blood contract.
No.
Not what he's thinking.
Those
Kill.
who will not join the Camarilla, and those, even if they were to leave the city, need to be rounded up. Dissidents will not be accepted within this city, nor any city. If this is the deal that you want, amnesty, a reunification, then our enemies are your enemies.
He nods to that. He thinks that that is acceptable.
What a 66.
And
What about
go on.
what about the red line? If Antonesh will die on her hill, will Marjorie and the others die with her?
I suspect not all of them. They have been asked to do much as a foreign mercenary police force for the Reds, and have almost singularly suffered as a result. I suspect that their bonds will be tested, and at least a few of them will be found wanting. I also feel that some of their secrets may not be beneficial to them in the long run.
Ooh, I like secrets.
Hmm. Leon, you wish to continue?
Yes. So, to those who would join, and those who have shied away from the Camarilla's bountiful bosom, Clan Gangrel, Clan Bruja, they need to acknowledge what they left behind and how great it is. And again, taking you up as a hostage can be done, though I think you'd be better as a taskmaster and assembling an armed force of reformist anarchs who either wish to join or wish to leave, and in doing so earn their free passage out of Salem. Either, again, out of the city or into the Camarilla's arms. Because there is no in-between now.
Indeed.
As we have learned that there are dissidents who will fight the Camarilla, who are willing to fight the Camarilla if push come to shove. And that can't be allowed, not in the heart of the city.
I agree. Name who our shared enemy is, and I think we can arrange for this to happen.
Well, I would not trouble you. Yeah, I'm not going to trouble you against the Camarilla's extended enemies, the ones that I face as an Archon. But the ones that you know, the faces that you have been shunned by, the Reds, again, anyone who would dare raise up a hand to the Camarilla needs to be exterminated.
Then, to spare further bloodshed in far greater numbers, as I do sadly believe Etanesh will die on a lonely hill, it can be done.
Die on this rock.
Good. And when it is commencing, you can notify me and I will oversee this transition. And again, those who wish to stay in Arkham may, should they participate in this bloodletting. or those who don't wish to stay, but have indeed made peace with the Camarilla through this transition, may leave freely. And again, Leon will look over to Jackie as even though he is an Archon, it is Leon knows of his plans for Salem and does wish to confer a measure of respect there.
I'll give a nod and I'll make some arrangements with Prince Powell, and we'll make sure that everything proceeds as we have agreed tonight.
Thank you. Reason and clemency above all. It is as much as we ever could have hoped for. I will... Well, should I wait for your notice and then arrange notice for Leon? Or should I just notify Leon and then Powell's hands will be informed and moved? And I can just expect Leon to arrive when all is to happen?
I think you're muted if you're talking.
No, I'm yawning.
No, it was me. It was me. Fuck.
I thought you said Tom. I was sitting there yawning. I was like...
Yeah. He will agree and say, reason and clemency greater than we could have hoped for, or rather as much as we could have hoped for. It is greatly appreciated and will not let you down. And he'll look to Jackie. Should I await word from yourself after you've made order between Powell's hands, or should I instead inform Leon when we are ready, and then you two will interact, and then Leon will arrive when all is ready to be done?
Well, I had to put that together in my head. There we go. You either ask him to tell me directly or tell Leon.
Pretty much. Do you need to tell Powell and then you'll tell us when to start, or do we need to start and then tell Leon what happens first?
I think the way that I have this in my head is I'm just gonna take credit for the Powell sending the letter out. I'm just gonna take credit for that. So you'll know when.
Okay.
When all arrangements have been made, you will know when to begin.
Yeah, that is all the clarity he needs. Thumbs up. And
yeah, I'll just take credit for that. Just take credit for having arranged that for him. Yeah. No, I did that.
Anytime. But yeah, with that, all the business appears to be concluded. If you did want to interact with Lonsel or Omicron, personally, professionally, you have the time.
Omicron, I know that you weren't aware of these plans until perhaps just a few nights ago, or perhaps just last night. But if this was something that you wanted to get on board with, why didn't you fight back against Antonesh in the first place? If you thought she was definitely going to die on that hill, why not fight for yours?
I could not be sure until she had ultimately led herself and the Red Line and a few others to violate an arranged meeting under the presumption of peace, and, well, suffice it to say, immediately used her eldermost disciplines to throw things into disarray, and disrespected the entire notion of any kindred being equals. In true fact,
Leon's just Cheshiring, smiling right now.
Yeah,
like,
you'll get an even bigger...
Why would she have done that?
You'll get an even bigger grin out of the next one as he says, I have seen less hierarchical and less oppressive uses of power from the Ivory Tower. But only then did I fully understand the extent to which she is committed to her hardline philosophy, how much she has changed in the past century or two. Seeing my genuine concerns about a future that could be, whether in the Ivory Tower or anywhere else, a more... I do not want to presume when I say humane, but a more equitable system, even if there is hierarchy, just so thoroughly thrown in the faces of every kindred. Ones who had been so ready to willingly listen to words of peace. That is when I knew that there would be no peace with Etanesh's Baron or any word against hers.
I look over to Jackie with that.
Well, I must say that I cannot be
What's
surprised.
that fucking...
Truthfully, well, never mind. I'll spare you the lecture.
If you wish
In
to
the
give
end-
it, you may. I understand the position we are in here. But if you would rather skip it, you are free to do so.
Frankly, I must say that to have believed otherwise must have come from a certain degree of naivete.
I would agree, but it was, in the end, necessary to prevent all-out death at the hands of an angry Bruja. So, I will take one on the cheek for an attempted naivete that may yet still save lives.
We'll see what we can do. But I know that in the future, under this new direction, all doubt will be removed about any of this sort of contention.
You are correct. He will nod his head.
Well then, anybody got anything to say to either our dear friend Lonsel or Mr. Macron?
Well,
yeah.
so I do have to ask, are you intent to join in on the little celebrations our
Yes, I will have to
dear
be
friend
there.
here are going to... Oh, good.
Yes,
Great.
Atanesh is immensely powerful, and we will need... I am sure Bert could withstand blows, but I would not ask him to do something I am not ready to do myself.
Oh, Bert's intent on rejoining the Camarilla, or you think he will be?
I can't say whether he will leave or go, but I know that he will not stand for... Atanesh has a hand-picked rival of his that he will not take answers from, and so there is only one recourse, whether he leaves or stays. But he will
Well, then
fight.
we'll give him the
Good.
opportunity.
Mm-hmm. We will indeed give him the opportunity.
He is the rite of passage either way.
In either case, depending on my availability, perhaps I will be the one to go and deal with that Nash.
Oh, you can't ruin the blood sport.
Lonsel,
This has to be an anarch thing.
you have chosen wisely.
It might ruin
We
the
put our
blood
fingers
sport.
together and start tapping our finger flats
Yeah.
together.
Yes,
Very
No.
good, Lonsel. Very good.
Etanesh,
No, Anarch. I
You
expect
have
you to
chosen-
die.
poorly. Hey, Lonsel, who you bringing other than, respectfully, other than Baron and Macron?
I have my child in the wings waiting to follow me in whatever comes next.
Wonderful.
I'm
sure-
Plans
I'm
are
sh-
together.
Yeah, I'm sure the new leader of the guilds will be most appreciative of your support.
Who's that?
No, no.
There's a new leader of the guilds. Who's that?
It's
Yeah,
not best, I can tell you that.
it ain't best. Yeah, but it ain't best. Hey, Lonsel, you heard about that? Yeah, you were there.
Yep,
Yeah, it was there.
Liam Worst.
Pants sharing worst.
Best at
Evil!
shitting his pants.
He even wore his white pants for that. What
Yeah.
kind of avant-garde bullshit is that? What was he thinking?
Must have
Dude,
been
we went from
premeditated.
free bleeding to free shitting. I just don't understand.
Brings a whole
I
new
love just
definition to
fucking
the
with
term
people.
moonblood.
I look over to Chris and I smile.
I'm shit
We-
seeing
Liam's here just fucking doing fucking master plays, and everyone else who fucking reaps the benefits.
Hey,
I'm gonna red.
I didn't think that'd be as funny as it was.
Oh man, red. I'm shit seeing. Oh man, I'm gonna red.
What?
I'm shitting.
Oh dear.
What a fucking idiot that guy is. Oh my god.
Literally what everybody but Chris and Leon think Leon Best is like. Liam Best just sitting there on his literal
He
shit
just
post.
shit himself in anger. Got so mad I
Yeah,
fucking
that's why
shit
you
myself.
don't mess with them.
he said overwhelmed. I shit my pants.
Rolling a 1 on that will save. Well, we'll make sure that all this comes together once all the pieces are in place.
Indeed. Good old Lonsel and Omicron have agreed and see this as the solution moving forward. But they will gladly stop you off somewhere, all the pleasantries, offer all of the niceties available to them, and then drop you right back off where is comfortable for you.
Alright. So, do we need to make any more preparations for the lupines?
Yeah, we gotta tell the Archons what to do.
And if you
Nope.
want anyone else fighting, necessarily.
We are pretty okay there. I do want to talk to. There was I raised that plan up earlier about talking about to Wainwright to protect the inside of the city because we're going to be. We have to make the believable ploy.
A necessary amount of resistance.
This is not a trap. Yeah, exactly. And obviously, Wainwright would be there. We have to make sure she's on board too.
Indeed.
Oh, Jackie,
Uh-huh.
I do have to say,
Uh-huh.
I got you a lot of ghouls.
You did?
Yeah.
The camera zooms in on me like it's fucking Django. You did?
You should like them. You've met a few of them. It's
Where
Vespa's not last kiss, but one of his many gifts to us.
See, I was wondering about that. I kind of figured that they would get wrapped back into the Ventrue board eventually, and I guess they have. So, I'll make good
I've
use
taken
of them.
them off the evidence shelf, and I'm give them to you.
Using them like a drop gun.
Yeah, I had figured we use them in the defense of the city. Their guts and arms would be very looking as adornments on those red talons, I think.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see. I think there might be a way to use them without exposing them too terribly to too much risk, but
Well, I mean, we have to make it believable. So it's either we kill the riders, or we kill these ghouls.
well,
And I'm that's what I'm saying. Like, Charles doesn't like what you're implying there. So I'm trying to
that
say,
I understand, and out of the two of them, I agree that yes, the loss of the ghouls would be less of a significant impact to us than the loss of the riders. So in that degree, of course, naturally, but I think there might be a way to use them without them dying unnecessarily. But
well,
I just don't want
you
them
can
to
tell me.
be used like just a decoration, and they can pull a trigger. Then
Jackie is saying some of you may die to the ghouls, but that is a price I am willing to pay. But he's not saying all of you will die, and that is a price I am willing to pay.
I am consigning them. They are little more than playthings for me, Jackie. I'm kind of a sociopath. High functioning, that is.
You wanna know how I got these scars?
But you can tell me, on the way to meet with Wainwright, Jackie, because I want to talk to her. So I'm going to her to the plan, and you know best.
all right. So after Wainwright, do we have anybody else? I mean, there's Tremere, of course, might be good to have involved.
Yeah, I got to go talk to my lord, high lord, Sir Strom, who we are inviting in on this plan too, apparently.
Well, of course, and we'll make sure that everything works out just well. So,
Dude, I think my internet's
Tremaine,
shitting itself, dude.
Is it
Wainwright,
yours or the John's? Because John also went roboty. Remember, like his whole speech
Dude,
earlier,
I see my shit going like
up and down.
action going up and down like crazy.
Oh shit!
Wainwright, Tremaine, Strom, anybody else?
I want to talk to Miriam, but I don't think I'll include her in on the plan.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But just in case I die.
For Wainwright and Tremere, it is easy to get them in Fiber V Tower because, one, Seneschal is regularly there, and she is there now. Tremere can be brought there fairly easily between your shared contacts. You may not be up on this floor, you might be on a lower floor, or maybe you do bring them up to this floor, because now you have control over the elevator and where you go.
Woo!
And when you actually scan the key card in the elevator, more options appear in the subfloor. So, again, everything becomes immediately available to you. But whatever floor you choose, you can grab Allison and Sebastian Tremere both at once. You can grab them individually, but you have the ability to do so.
Well, I think, do we want to keep Tremere kind of like on the exterior of the city, just kind of harass them as they come through and try to whittle them down? Maybe get Tremere in touch with the riders to kind of ferry them into the path that we want them to take. Something we can clear out on the way up to the Succubus Club.
Yeah.
Who would be in charge of clearing the traffic and stuff of?
I think we probably have a good enough way to do that. Maybe
Could have
we
the
can get
hounds
the
do it.
Bloodhounds to do. Yeah, the Bloodhound. Or is that right? The Bloodhounds.
That's the coterie. Yeah, you could have the Bloodhounds do
Yeah.
it. You could have other hounds do it. Like there's
The Ventrue. We could put Nala on it.
yeah.
Nala
she's-
gets one. Should
yeah,
be
Dude,
able to.
she's blind as fuck. What traffic is she gonna see?
Dude, she doesn't see traffic at all, and I don't want to see traffic either.
Joke's on you, heightened senses, fucking cars like a million miles away.
Yeah, she can hear it. Can't see it.
Dude, she's got that fucking daredevil, like, echolocation sense. She's got tremor sense, dude. Tremor sense up to 30 feet. Yeah, I think we have enough sway to clear a path. Basically, we just want to keep them in a good enough vacant sort of lot, just some sort of place where we can decide the engagements beforehand. And I think having Tremere sort of find that route and also be in charge of like ferrying down the Blue Pines would also be good, because he's probably the slipperiest of the bastards to use for it.
He is very slippery. You have in the fight where he was dealing with, or rather, he wasn't fighting, but you have seen him fight before, and out in the Delta, you have seen him do things that most people should not be able to do with things like Misty Form, or whatever it's called, Misform. He is supremely difficult to get hands on, and he is more than a little willing to use claws on people in return.
So I think that should be what we tell Tremere. I think that'd be good if he is up for it.
Yeah, we're fine with that. I can make it work. Lupines are sharp, but if I can get away, doesn't matter how sharp they are.
That's entirely the point. I don't think you should probably get up there with your claws, but I'll certainly be up there with my spear, so how much do I really have to say? In which case, I don't think I have anything else to say to Tremere for now.
Yeah, he's fine with that. He'll come up with a game plan.
Yeah, I might ask him just kind of offhand, just random comment, just what do you think about that Burt fella?
I liked him. A little pissed that he spent the last couple decades playing with the Anarchs, but he's decent. His head isn't his strongest tool, but he's fine. He's not as dumb as you might think he is. Not far off, but he shrugs.
My name's Bert. Just Bert.
Why did he go over to the Anarchs in the first place?
Not the usual reason you'd expect. He's an ancilla. He's got some power in his blood, not just in his fists. Doesn't like giving orders. doesn't like having people answer to him. Likes that people stay on his level. He's not ready to lead. It's fear.
Not cut out for the great game, then.
No.
We can ask him to lead.
Fucking me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's perfect. I mean, you're the one that's leading.
Yeah, exactly what I want to do to the guy who fucking left the fucking circle, the pack, because, yeah, I'll have that conversation with him again and see how long it takes.
Might be sooner than you think.
Here's hoping.
Well, that's all I gotta ask you, Tremaine, then I'll send you off to your way.
Not just Bert himself. Vigil?
Oh yeah, Vigsil.
Vabsil?
Vigil and, Ragnarvalder and Nolan Russell. Is Nolan Russell a red or is he a pro as well?
Nolan is...
I know Thelma is a red.
Yeah. Thelma is red. Nolan is... He will answer that Nolan is proles.
So, what are your thoughts on them? Like,
Nolan's a neonate. Young.
Mm-hmm.
We had reasons to be angry at the Camarilla, but a lot of them maybe didn't understand exactly what they were getting into. Ragnvalder, different, kinda has an independent streak. Not a bad one, just, I don't know what went through his head.
most gangrels do.
Yeah, there's another one, Michael Tortison, I think is his, like, fucking, either his fucking boyfriend or his worst fucking enemy, I can never tell. But, they ended up in different sides of the pro fucking Reds argument. I wouldn't be surprised if they joined rival sides just so they could fight each other. He shrugs. Vigsil, he's, again, another neonate. New, young, but he was an old man and kind of set in his ways when he was sired. I mean, he was fine. I actually like him as much as I care for neonates. Don't really understand a lot, but I'm sure something offended his sensibilities and figured he might try something different. But again, neonate. Probably didn't know what he was signing up for.
Interesting.
But
All in a day's job.
yeah. If that's all for gossip, if you're not gonna have me name out every single anarch, that's
No, I don't give a fuck about that. Most of the anarchs, to be honest, I don't really care about them. Relevance, you know.
yeah, well there you go.
Cheers.
Vigsil, Regenwalder, Michael, they're all Nolan, they're all neonates. Might have made a mistake, might have been a little ambitious.
Hey, Michael.
But he'll just in case anything comes up, he won't leave just yet. But Allison is also more than willing to participate to put an end to everything. Get these lupines mopped up, cleaned up.
Oh, actually, wait, no. We forgot to ask Sebastian a question.
Sure.
I will ask Sebastian. Now, I know I don't want to be stereotypical, Tremere, but I know you and I at least agree on this regards, though it at least has duty calls and I've been at least have to focus on it. Have you noticed anything in the Permission Council that votes seem to all, sway a certain way? have you seen anything that you might be suspicious that perhaps someone or something was pulling the strings from behind?
I'm the wrong person to ask, but all I'll say is I can never trust how a fucking Malkavian will vote. I can never fucking understand what the Lasombra are doing. However, the fucking Bruja are always gonna cause a sting. Sometimes in the weirdest way possible, but that is always in character for them. The Nosferatu are always fucking scared. Okay, fine. The Toreador have been weird for a long time. Liam Best, young like he is. Again, it's weird. Lacked with a heavy hand, thinking he has it. Pretend like he doesn't. Ventrue have been weird. But
obvious reasons.
Coming off of that, there's the Tremere vote. We've gone through a few of those. Ushia's been a stable one before that. We had some prissy asshole. Haven't seen her in a bit. Technically...
The Regent?
No, there was somebody
No,
else.
hey, no. Hey.
You said no. Prissy, so I just,
Hey, no, hey,
We don't talk about Aunt Gertrude, but...
We don't, hey.
Leland is... He's got his head screwed on, but he can be coerced.
Fickle.
I wouldn't call him fickle. I'd say if you put his balls in a vice, he'd scream for one of feeling the vice, not the squeeze. If you know what
I like Tremere so much. I don't know why. He's my favorite character now. That was such a good analogy. I like it.
But yeah, so they are relatively predictable. But the Toreador, the Tremere kind of, and the Bruja, but the Bruja are predictable. You know about the Ventrue. Every now and then someone will do something silly, but the Malkavians, like I said, the Sombra, I can never fucking understand what they're doing.
So, has there ever been a situation, hypothetically speaking, where it's been like most are in agreement or something of the like, out of Primogene Council, but then when Primogene Council happens, they vote the opposite way?
Yeah, I'd say probably about 80% of the year. I mean, it's kind of in the backbiting nature of electoral politics, but I guess if we're looking for specific instances, La Sombra, I mean, if we're not gonna be prejudiced, I have to end it there.
You can be prejudiced all you want, Tremere. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, talk about your shadow backstabbing. Anyways, other than that, Bruja have changed over the past year. They haven't been as combative, so I'll strike them from the list. The big ones would probably be, again, Malkavians can't fucking predict anything they'll do. La Sombra and the Toreador, though, they usually actually say do what they're gonna say. Tremere might be the only other one. But again, under Ushia, it's been less, so those are the three. Malkavians are the only ones that make the list every single time. La Sombra almost always make the list, because again, I have no idea what they're doing. Then again, I'm probably not a good person to ask.
I mean, I think that points you down to the best person to ask in that regards, because you watch, you don't really say much.
Someone's gotta fucking close their mouth.
Ain't that the fucking truth for me? Ain't that the fucking truth? If I remember correctly, our Salubri Methuselah friend, this is O's, he thought, this is in my brain thinking, he said that he suspected it to be a Ventrue Methuselah, but he can't confirm it. Or did he confirm it?
He's
No, he doesn't know.
He does not know definitively. He suspects Ventrue singularly. He doesn't have any other strong suspicions.
Well, so I mean, that puts kind of like Maybe with Tremere, at least we can ask a few of the people members in council, see what their opinions are, and then we can kind of go from there. Right now we have La Sombra and Malkavian put on the board.
Wow. One of the new things I knew was Xavier.
If only I knew things that I knew on Tommy.
Indeed. But with that, he'll, again, still be nearby if you have any other follow-up questions for him. But Allison is also around. Anything you want to clear with her other than, yes, please help us kill lupines bigly?
Yeah, I would ask her the same question to Tremere.
She would answer a little more forthrightly and say, the La Sombra practice an aggressive form of misdirection in court, but they always seem to be forthright in the opposite way that the Malkavians play at a very rational hand, but sometimes seem to play nonsensically. Additionally, we have odd players in the game for the Toreador and the Tremere being some of our youngest members on the Primogen Council, but all in all, they seem like they're genuinely trying. She says as she's talking to people at like her grandchild level fucking generation-wise.
True. He's the same generation as I am, right?
She is 8.
Oh, she's 8, then she's one ahead of me.
Yeah. Good old Benson Halloway is 9.
Mm-hmm. That's what I knew one of them were. I knew one of the Ventrue were. Yeah, the obviously lupine whole bunch of bullshit. Any questions for Allison, Jackie, other than business? Maybe a Mecron stuff, I don't know.
I do have some business stuff, yeah. But
Now's the
I don't
time.
think I have anything other than the business stuff.
Okay. All yours, the floor is yours, Mr. Young. I am now going to be like Sebastian Tremere.
Yeah, shut up. Shut your face. I will ask her, how much... Wait, does she know about Lucinde being here? Does she aware of that?
No, like, you don't have to bring her up to this floor. You could. Lucinde is, like, all the way up, and
Yeah.
again, it's kind of like nobody's really going up these stairs. Your betters are not going up these stairs, and so...
I'm not going up those stairs.
Yeah, so you don't need to bring her up here. I just use this map because this is Fiber V Tower, and I didn't have a boardroom set up for explicitly, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, she might not know. She doesn't seem to know. Yeah. If you want, you can ask her, like, hey, do we have any special guests? But...
I'll ask her how things are going with Prince Powell. I knew he's on the move, considering the circumstances that we find ourselves under.
Yes, I am constantly updated on his security situation and have a series of plans for if I am not, but at the present moment, things are stable. I have been informed that there are deliberations and guests on the top floor that I have been told have reserved an exclusive access to that floor, so I have not been up there, but as of present, it seems that's where Elysium might be held unless plans change, but I'm sure I will be informed when that time comes.
we'll have to figure out the best course of action for Elysium given those circumstances. I hesitate to hold it anywhere close to that floor.
Yes, I also agree, but we will see what plans come and or what plans are made. And she will nod her head to the secondary slash off slash the potential actual keeper of Elysium and Leon, and then nod back to Jackie. But as far as the diversion for leading the Lupines to their death in the Succubus Club, Allison would be game and would be willing to directly be there and or help facilitate all the steps it takes to get the Lupines through those doors, where ideally they will all die.
Ideally. However, I know that
All lupines. God, you're such a warmonger. Even the neutral ones? Wow. Allison, you might be onto something, but brave on you for saying it. Well, I'm good. I guess we have to go with her plan of killing all of them. Right, guys?
Younglings too?
total lupine death. Toss lupines into the garbage disposal. Drop kick a baby lupine.
Roundhouse kick a lupine into the sun.
Kill lupines with hammers.
Curb stomp a lupine into the pavement.
But
Throw a pregnant lupine down the stairs.
That one.
John immediately went. My brain kind of went there too. I'm like, it's sad to say. I'm sure someone has rolled for that.
I know that she's got the combat prowess to handle the lupines, but I must reiterate that this is going to be what did we say? Six of them?
Potentially six. We don't know the full extent. We did send some people out to count, so we may get a more accurate, but it was like 4 to 6. But
I just want to keep her informed that this
is not singular. This is multiple, and that makes this very, 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 very serious.
If the lupines got loaded in Chicago, then we can't rely simply on
Big kindred with a big stick.
Right. I know Allison has put the hurt on a lot of people, did damn well herself and a good number of fights, but you know, these are lupines. I mean, they kill on the daily.
They kill on the daily, and these are the Red Talons, some of the most ferocious out there. She agrees.
All right. As long as she understands.
Indeed.
Especially where her part is to, like, take the L.
Yeah, she is not... I mean, she's a Ventrue. She's got that Ventrue pride. She'll showboat a little bit, but she's not going to showboat to the extent of, oh yes, I could go into a furnace and live as a vampire, because I'm just built different.
Nah, I'd win.
Yeah, she's not gonna. She's not pulling that one on you.
In that case, was Wainwright in Torfwar when And Kerway was prince?
Not. No. She was not. She was in Torpor basically the prime years of World War II. Because she was active in the European theater and was at some point captured by La Sombra, who violated some neutrality / like hostage stuff and ended up with her Torpor. Because, wow, La Sombra agree and hold to their agreement? Wow. But no, she was not in Torpor for Kerway's princedom.
But she was just otherwise occupied in Europe, doing bigger and better things.
Yes. Maybe, depending on your perspective, like, I mean, he was turning around a city in the colonies that, you know, became something bigger in the 1900s-ish, but she was holding the old titles in English France and then England, well, not really England, but like Burgundy, northern coast of the Netherlands, stuff like that, allied areas historically. I haven't 100% decided on this, but she might have actually been a fucking
Mithraic?
No, well, I mean, she is a child of Mithras, but what's the fucking the Sabaton song for the fucking
what period? You got Sabaton?
World War II, the Legion that held off the Germans for as long as they could.
Resistant fight?
Yes, resistant fight.
I think were they French?
Resistant bite.
Resistant bite. Yeah.
Yes. Belgium?
Yeah, I think I don't remember the name of the unit, but my headcanon is she might have been captured by La Sombra in effectively that.
They're French because it talks about.
Okay.
They're French.
No, the Belgian, Chasserin,
This is the Ardennes, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of my headcanon. I haven't decided 100% on it, but just to give you the maximum historical context, even if that's not the specific event, that is kind of the context in which she gets captured, put into Torpor, and then Ventrue kind of all gather together as like, nah, you fucked up really badly.
I see.
Yeah, obviously 1918 Methuselah come out to water like a baby dolphin and kill her progeny was kind of a massive shock.
Splash.
Right. Come about the wall.
Like a baby dolphin. That's a fucking vintage meme. I'm sorry.
My dick touched the water. My dick touched the water. In which case, ooh, I don't know how to ask this question. I don't think I got the etiquette to do it.
I mean, there's always a chance. You could always ask Chris, be like, "Hey, Chris, say this to the Ventrue Elder."
No.
Oh,
I got it.
What am I saying to the Ventrue?
Alright. I'm gonna try and word this as politely as possible.
Was Kerway a little bitch? No.
I would never ask that question. I know what he was.
Yeah.
He was a good man.
Pawn. He was a
I know
pawn.
who I am.
He was a pawn in a fucking big in a chess
I know what
game.
he was. He was a little bitch.
And
Alright,
he died on turn one.
I know that there's been a lot of complications with your awakening in Arkham, considering the unfortunate mess with the Scarlet Sister. one, have you ever noticed anything strange with perhaps the way that Benson or any of the other Primogen might have voted in that either the board meetings or during the Primogen meetings themselves? I know that Azad has already asked this question, sort of, but I know that she was set up to counter Benson in the board. Why do you think that was?
She'll answer, and so far this has not gone to the need for an etiquette roll, but she nods her head and says, Horatio's votes could be erratic. She would explain them away, though it was sometimes gymnastics. The board has been relatively stable. I mean, courting neonate votes is always hurting cats, but she waves her hand. Irregardless, for the council, in my time here and overseeing things as seneschal, she echoes the age-old, again, how do we plan for a Malkavian? We plan for them to destroy our plans. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Everybody else, though, she'll note, the Bruja have been forced by the Anarch revolt to center themselves around a small number. It is unfortunate, and that has put them in desperate positions. Our newly found, she nods to your coterie, common ground has meant they have been more stable. The fear of the Nosferatu has, or well, what I presume is fear, or just a hatred of the Tremere and anything they don't personally have their hands in, is common. But Pennies has been here a great long time, and so far has seemed to be a reliable actor. At least until recent events. Again, bows her head to the coterie.
Fuck! Oh, fuck!
No. But she will turn around and note, the biggest disruption has probably been around not so much the Primogen Council, but the state of their different positions. I mean, this is just me talking out loud, and only realizing now that I have the wherewithal to think about these questions. Have we ever truly, in any great detail, interacted with, well, let's just point out some positions. The clan gangrel Myrmidon, Marcus Lear. Have we any real knowledge of what it is that, well, House Tremere requires their Clarissa Ivanhoe to do when already Ushia is bending over backwards and attending many of these Primogen meetings without her whip? Do we know what explicit dealings were done to drive Nostophius, who was one of the premier magisters of House Tremere here in Arkham, to take root in Miskatonic? Do we know what drove a wedge between the, well, what drove a wedge between the Toreador so deep that they saw fit to elect Liam Best, who has in recent times most exquisitely pointed out why he disgraces the role? And why, of all the people, only having recently named a Primogen in the grand scheme of things in the past couple decades, handful of decades maybe if we weren't paying attention, the Malkavians were a disorganized rabble before Hunson, and seemed to stay that way until he settled in. I don't suspect the High Court, so much as I would suspect lower members twisting their perspective, as When you're high up, it's easy to lose focus of what's on the ground, and a few words here or there, carefully plied on occasion, might steer anyone, even, she nods, as though speaking of someone dead, maybe like Horatia, to act in ways that they would never foresee themselves acting, such as in defense of a city over the interests of the Ventrue.
So we've got Lear with the gangrel. However, Liam Best got elected. Ivanhoe and Nostophius with the Tremere, and Hunson from the Malkavians.
Not so much Hunson, rather how they were so disorganized before Hunson. I am mainly saying maybe center your search a little lower, as the Primogen are easy targets. They're easy to see, easy to notice if something goes wrong.
But it's the boots on the ground that are really influencing the decision of the people at the top.
To small degrees, but a strategic position could turn someone just enough to result in changes. Just like Horatia, she never had a seat on the Primogen Council. She was only ever Praetor, but that was enough to steer her through the Ventrue to get things blocked up. But that is her perspective, and not necessarily to put eyes on anyone in particular, though she did just list off some questionable circumstances. They are examples, not damning indictments.
Yeah. Well, knowing all of this, and perhaps thinking all of this into some sort of context, I think, trying to piece this all together.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get all of the questions off the board, basically. So, I have a two-part question.
She nods.
First, why do you think that Vincent never attempted to take the mantle of Prince once he actually got back here in the interim with yourself and with the other princes involved?
Dom, before you answer that question, I'm gonna head to bed. But you guys can continue playing with. You guys can continue without me.
No problem.
Just somebody let me know tomorrow what happened.
Yep.
Good night, Con.
Good night, guys.
Con.
Dom, you have full access over Azad.
I
could do whatever you'd like.
Pants. No, I'm kidding.
I shit my pants.
No, we don't do that. We take the pants off. No, go ahead. Have a good night.
I take Jackie's pants. I steal Jackie's pants with my fucking stealth roll, and then I shit in his pants.
I'm going to shit your pants.
Have a good night, guys.
Night.
I use lightning stroke on Edwin Strong.
Yes, please do let me know if I do stealth, lightning stroke, Edwin Strong from 25 feet away. That is probably the most base thing, instilling dominance. Alright, have a good night, guys. Cheers.
Night, man.
Night.
But she will answer. Prior to his well, I don't know when exactly he arrives in Arkham the first time, but after returning with Allison and Torpor, there is still some time left where Powell hadn't revealed himself, where Daniel Keene had a chance to have a spin at Princedom. The issue became, not long ago, Powell's child who you may or may not have recalled from way, way long time ago.
Warwick?
Yes, Stanford Warwick had recently been deposed at great expense to the Ventrue in Providence, which had set them back both in resources and in, well, the fucking face. That they all had to kind of unite and depose this fucking 7th gen Nosferatu. So, not an impossible situation, but one that's like, okay, we need to rebuild a little bit, we need to recoup. So, Benson suffered from the wrong place, wrong time in having just gone after Allison Wainwright to grab her during torpor, tend to her during said torpor, returning after World War II. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, timing was all wrong.
Yeah, to establish a new Ventrue princedom, it was possible, but to do so in a risky fashion would just be, why take the risk?
Right. All right. And all right, I think I got a way of threading the needle on this question. It's a sensitive subject, but while you were unfortunately under the influence of Scarlet Sister, what exactly was the impact of that influence? Did it ever make you act in a certain way in your role as Seneschal? Did you ever have these some sort of driving you from the path that I knew you wanted to be on, but
yes,
how did it affect you towards the prince? What were your thoughts on that?
I will say, and I will answer, though it is hard to recall all things in even measure, it was a subversive presence. I think I've come to recognize now that the bond, whatever it was, blood bond, I assume, based on what I've been told by your group, I was probably having my impulses watered down. I was made less of myself, more malleable, more agreeable to certain influence. Not directly, but I would see and I would hear certain things, and I would act more on whatever supposed reason I was given rather than with any sort of emotional intent. Hence, I think, my coldness towards Benson over the period. I would like to have thought myself stronger, but whatever it was, and she is perhaps playing it down a little bit just in case there are people around to overhear, quite serious powers at work. And I have to assume if Horatio was being controlled and I was also being controlled, then no doubt we were being made to do something in the service of an entity or to the disservice of another.
But never changing your inclination to remain a Seneschal.
Not so, no. I feel as though I was glued to the role, like one is glued to their name. I was a stable force to back whatever antagonism that Horatio had suddenly come up with, or oppose it. I know there were times where I did, in fact, and she will nod to your very motion, did oppose Horatia while under the influence on certain issues. In fact, I struggle to remember why or how or what truly influenced me. But if Horatia, as might be believed, was not under the same control, perhaps I was a mitigating factor. The larger question I would ask you then is, if we know who manipulated me, and we know who put me under their influence, and we don't know who that might have been for Horatia, we need only ask if they were doing the same thing, or taking pages from a similar Elder playbook, who was speaking with Horatia privately?
I think that is the good question. One that I had asked Horatia herself, but...
Well, coming from the High Court, not from the Ventrue Court, I can think of one other person to ask.
And who would that be?
Another member of the High Court, one whose entire life revolves around the information that surrounds the court, the praxis, and Elysium. If Okie Dokie doesn't know, then it doesn't exist, or mundane evidence of it does not exist. And if at that point there is no mundane evidence, I would have to turn you over to the Tremere or the Banu Haqim. Yeah. But I would try the mundane evidence first in the event that a powerful elder has ruled out the supernatural evidence.
Getting the Okie Dokie, though, would be quite difficult these nights, I'm afraid.
This is true. He is buried in the depths of Fiber V Tower, and not even I know exactly how to get in contact with him without a message directly, or through Powell, more likely. She says,
in which case, I will find a way, somehow.
Indeed, she says, not
I
possessing...
feel the card in my...
Yeah, not possessing a card like you have.
Right. So, Seneschal is a point of stability, but not in the interest of destabilizing the city and perhaps sending you to attempt to become prince, as I might have suspected if they were wanting to destabilize the city. I wonder why Sister Scarlet would want that instead.
Excuse me, sorry. She would say, if you put a queen on the chessboard, everybody sees it, everybody knows it. If you put a bishop at a prime intersection, everybody pays attention when they need to use that part of the board, and then forget about it when that part of the board is no longer useful to them. Perhaps they were... She looks around at the coterie and says, I trust you. Can I say a thought, one that I don't like, in needlessly rhetorical form?
Well, why not?
If the Scarlet Sister had decided that it was Powell's time to die and she was going to encounter him at the soonest Elysium, why would she decide to make it an Elysium and not just have the Seneschal schedule a time with Powell somewhere? I strongly suspect I was intended to kill the prince.
I see. And to do so publicly.
Most likely. To the absolute destruction of the Ventrue's image.
And to plunge the whole city into civil war, I'm sure.
The chaos would have been sublime, though why they would not have acted sooner than that might have been, again, in the interregnum, well, we are assuming that they did not kill Daniel Keene, and thus prolong the chaos. And assuming such, we have to pretend maybe they did not have the means to yet do so. But maybe they did, and they did kill Daniel Keene, and the chaos since the time of Belisco Monte, maybe even before, has been of their architecture.
Hmm.
Also, I will say this song went hard at the right moment.
Yeah, seriously. Okay.
Indeed.
I think I'm gonna finish this up with the last generic sort of Mass Effect style fucking question where it changes after every mission, but it's still like grayed out when you select it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Miss Wainwright, how exactly do you make a situation here? Seems we're in quite the mess.
I prefer not to think of it as a tightrope, but rather a crossroads. At the end of one, there is a broken bridge, at the end of which is a bright and vibrant city, and then on the other, there is a cliff. It's a very pretty cliff to look off of, but with no way to go back, we will be forced to jump from it. We must cross the bridge. We may fall to our deaths either way, but we may very well reach the other side. As Ventrue,
Yes,
it is our duty to jump.
Good point. Well, still think we'll be kicking around being the seneschal right at the end of all this.
If I am alive, it is, at least for now, my duty, as eldest of the Ventrue here, and with loyal gratitude to the prince, who I am, at least at present, have no reason to depose. Or even really oppose.
Absolutely. Although, I guess once all of us troubles are handled, it'll be back to running the city as normal. That's kind of a weird word to use after so long.
Yes, I am honestly of the opinion that I don't know that kindred here know how to be normal, but we can try. We can get as close as vampirically possible. And before no one has seen, like, LA kindred.
What the hell is going on over there?
But, yeah, she is with it. And at the same junction, if you may venture down into the depths of Fiber V to see what you find. Or anything else.
I think that's what we'll have to do.
Indeed. And, as a good time for it, we will do tonight's luck roll. And related,
Fuck.
I will see what we get. I will roll for Con.
Can you roll for me, Dom?
Sure, yeah.
For some reason, my shit just like shit the bed. You have to reload.
Yeah, I gotta roll for Con first, so I'm gonna do that if you get back before I'm like...
No problem. I'm reloading it right now, so I can roll in like a second anyway.
Yeah. Did Cons publicly, and just to kind of make sure everybody like...
What are we rolling?
1d10 for luck roll. All right.
Let's see.
Boom. Did you want me to roll for your luck roll, or?
Oh, sorry, I didn't even
No, that's
see
okay.
that we were rolling.
That's okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's just luck roll.
Open your
1d10.
ears, Boom.
How you open your fucking mouth and I'll play my fist in it, bitch.
But yeah, just 1d10 for standard luck
You
roll.
want to fist
Yeah.
me?
Open up your booty.
Fist your mouth. I'm gonna fist your mouth. Open up.
Azad fucking crouch walks over with Silence of Death active like a fucking stealth character in a video game. I'll fist your ass. I'll fist your ass. 10 feet away or 10 feet up.
I'll fist your ass, Morgan.
Alright, well, we've got all the fucking areas of the...
Or just imagine using invisible hands just to like put your fucking fist in somebody's mouth while they're talking.
Fucking wild. Okay, so...
Dude, while you're talking, I use invisible hands to like reach back and like touch your uvula so you gag. Just to fuck with you while you're doing.
The ultimate blush of life fuck, because that only works if you're blushed of life.
Just so fucking... Oh god, just to embarrass the shit out of you while you're talking. Just to like, while you're having a normal conversation, just straight up gag.
Oh my god. Anyways, one is gonna come a little bit later, but first up we've got... you get two messages, basically. One is straight to a group chat, the other one comes to Charles, but then gets passed around. First up, Leo of the Anarchs, who you put some feelers out for after realizing, oh shit, basically this little shitter has been, like, manipulated by the Sabbat into becoming a monster. Okay, that kind of sucks. Maybe we should look into that. Leo has not been found, and more importantly, one of his havens in Salem has recently burned out. Deliberate arson. A human has been arrested, but committed suicide in custody, and not in a painless manner. Far from it. He ripped out one of his teeth and opened his throat with it. Definitely a well-adjusted individual.
I don't think Leo is alive, guys. I think he's fucking dead.
Second, the message straight to Charles that'll probably then get passed out is a message from the Psychopomps. They went and gathered information on the Red Talons out in the Delta, like asked, and built up the necessary information with others out there. And with the Shadow Lords a little more passive, it's been easier to do. So, they got a count. The Red Talons number a total of 5 Guru. That includes their alpha, who is an Alron, which means he is an absolute massive war machine. They also counted the Shadow Lords, and they number 4, including their pack leader, their lord, but their pack lord is not now Ron. So, whatever comes of that is what comes of it, but you now have confirmation on the number. It is 5 red talons, which you can assume it was 6 before you killed one of them in the first story.
Hitting them in the face with a fucking RPG.
Indeed.
I'll do it.
But, it didn't do it, but it started.
That'll start it.
Indeed. Harpy messages. Bernadette to Leon. First up, all the king's horses and all the king's men gather their stores for a potential fight against some lupines. The only real enemy in Arkham. It seems the clans all agree. For whatever reason, the clan leaders are pooling boons and resources to solicit kindred to potentially join in for a bit of a protective measure. Who knows what a wild lupine might do when they smell blood, even if it's icky Sabat blood. Anything else you can think of that might sweeten the pot? Question mark. Tell us, Harpies, when it happens. Second from the Harpy. Travel north of the city has been barred to kindred not bearing a pass from the prince, sheriff, or hounds. It seems like there is a secret sting operation that we can't be anywhere near. Please don't ask questions. I want to live. And obviously you can kind of assume that this is probably not some kind of FBI sting and more the secret stuff that you guys are knee-deep in. Because while the New England biolabs are to the northeast, the main roads go north or east. And you'll get there faster going north, so don't go that way, normal kindred. And then...
Or you'll be in trouble.
Yeah. And now the premonitions for Tom. Maybe these ones will be more chill. No, I'm sorry. These are not going to be more chill.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Dude, we need to go back to having like premonitions, like you see the rest of your coterie sitting down on the benches watching Chris play in the ball pit of a local McDonald's.
You watch Liam Best
go back to that.
pace around in his room, shitting his pants.
Getting fucking yeeted around his bedroom. I remember that one. That one was fun. I wonder what that was about. We don't gotta worry about that one. But I think what John means is we need more premonitions like Okie Dokie on the beach in fucking South America talking about his conspiracy theories and then everybody laughs at him because they only speak Spanish. What happened to those ones? Maybe we pissed off an infernal force and now the world's kind of fucking... But anyways.
We go back to... you will see yourself watching The Big Short on your couch in like 2 hours.
But in a dream, just for a moment, an eye blinks from across the darkness. Something sleeping or distant in the way that a sleeping person's mind is distant from your waking one, if you were to watch them. Something not whole. Something that remembers being awake, but is not and cannot be. Not anymore. Not after the waking world was plundered from them, body and soul. And that is like the thing, the eye that you see.
Damn.
Nope. I don't like that.
And then, the second one, I don't have a picture for this one. Maybe that's better. Maybe not. I'll leave that up to interpretation.
I'll generate one right now.
I'll post the text for all the premonitions. I would love to see what the AI spits out at you as I describe this. The New England Biolab stands stark and sterile above the New England countryside, dull though it may be. What comes from above and about exudes no unnatural presence. However, it is from a large patch of pavement that a massive flower grows. A blood-red rose, one that rises and rises into the sky, seeming to go beyond the atmosphere of the planet and then beyond the moon, growing unto the sun until the rose swallows it whole.
God damn.
Don't worry, maybe we'll have good dreams next session, but those are... Let me grab the ones we had at the beginning to make up for last session.
I do want to see what the fucking AI just spits out if you were to just put the fucking AI prompt in.
But...
Well, I'll find out.
That you will. As you go down. And you hit probably the bottom floor, I'm assuming. You want to go down, you want to go to the depths, you want to repeat the Undercity.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the subfloors are just numbered. There's no, like, master control or anything labeled. It's all, like, sub, like, S1, S2, S3, S4. But... coming out of the elevator, it's...
Once... I think I am going to check out, too. I'm...
No problem.
Losing it.
That is all good. I will... We'll effectively stop here. I'll just finish the narration for Tom and Tony for, like... and John for the Undercity. Or the underlevels. The basement corridors, and then we'll... But you can head out, as we're not going to go beyond this. So.
Fiber V is actually a part of the Underdark.
But it's all good, Boom. I hope it's been a good one, and I'll...
Yeah, it's fun. Fucking... I'll stay if we're not going to last much longer. I just...
Yeah, no, it's going to be...
fucking...
Yeah, it's going to be bare minimum, like, 5 minutes. I don't see it going beyond 10, and I'll speed through the narration because we don't actually need to be on this scene too long. TLDR, you end up here, you come off of the elevator. It is not a standard elevator door. Well, it is that first opens, but you're immediately greeted with a bulkhead that you can, with your key card, open. And then when you open the bulkhead, it's not a standard hallway or basement that you enter, but a plated and reinforced corridor with weird protrusions on the walls and on the ceiling. Charles, Chris, immediate firearms and wits pass. There are turret emplacements down here. If you had maybe tried poorly to bypass the security, you would be being lit up right now by military-grade emplacements. You would not be having a good day. But they don't react to you as you keycard your way past and you go down. There are side rooms. They don't appear too big. They are sealed, not quite with bulkheads or blast doors. There is another hangar door style bulkhead at the far end of the room that you can open with the keycard, and that will take us to another elevator that goes down one more time, a much shorter distance. And opening out of that one, we get okie dokie, just chilling at the end of the room.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, but no, like, the literal heart, the core of Fiber V, has been revealed. And at which point, we'll probably end the night here, but we'll, like, kind of flash back, talk to Okie Dokie, and observe the core of Fiber V, and then we'll go to the rest of the new night.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so ending the night, seeing literally the core the place that Okie Dokie is eternally consigned, per his will, probably. And probably the biggest mainframe room you've ever seen. But yeah, that will be session, and we can go through the questions after Boom leaves, but I'll say, like, straight up, it's probably going to be 3 XP. I think it is a good session, lots of good stuff, lots of things. But yeah, 3 XP for all.
Oh, yeah.
I will add that to con. That'll give us 267.
Cool.
And if anyone wants to stay for the questions, we can. But Boom, if you want to check out, that's game.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. You guys have a good one.
No problem. Good night. Thanks for coming.
Laters. Seeing the like Fallout, like the Fallout 3 Citadel like levels of defense for Okie Dokie's mainframe's pretty good.
Yeah, no, he obviously Powell has valued this investment at if someone gets here and they're not supposed to be here, they no longer exist. They have lost their rights to a physical form. If the FBI come down here, the FBI no longer have alphabets to spell their names.
Fucking Lamau.
We were all here, very cool. Very good. Always glad to see it. Are there any cool out-of-character things that were utilized during the session that were solid? I think we only had, like, one rouse this entire session.
Yeah, this like session was like gathering shit up for the most part.
And talking to dudes.
Yeah.
I preempted that rouse too. I didn't even use a roll. I didn't even like.
Yeah, it was like it didn't even exist.
The etiquette. I didn't even.
We had an entirely narrative session. This entire session could have just been fucking 2 dudes, 5 dudes around a table. But that's a cool thing. Like, in a way, it's all the backstory stuff that was done and acquired, and so we might not have needed to act in a crazy way, but yeah, we literally didn't need to attempt roles for this one. We gathered the information, we associated, we came around.
Agreed. I also like how quite like
collaborated and listened.
I like the plan that we're going with for the werewolves. Also, feels pretty good.
I think it's as good as we can make it. I think.
Yes.
Indeed. Depending on who and how you bring your strike team in, who all makes it up, but you got good bones to this plan. What you've done in character, I think there's a lot to say. Boom and Khan aren't here, so I'll throw them a here or there. Azad kind of taking the ball with Tremere and be like, hey, we kind of operate on the same wavelength. Let's how do you think this shit goes? And that was pretty cool. And I know he thought Tremere was pretty cool, but I literally came up with that fucking line like the moment that like I said it. Yeah, well, he probably just screamed because, you know, his balls in a vice. He's just feeling the vice, not the squeeze. Like, that was literal, like, impromptu, unplanned. I've never said that before. I was just like, fuck it.
I'm back.
No problem. Any in-character things that you liked this session? I said I liked how Khan handled fucking dealing with Tremere, and I wanted to also add how Boom kind of... One has his setup with the Toreador going on behind closed doors, and also has really stood up on the Anarch issue with a medial option that's going to basically handle the Anarch problem. Not necessarily off screen, but we probably won't have to roll out any combat for it. Like, we'll have like the scene, people will be dying, we'll talk about it, but we won't have to like roll like I punch you in the face, Etanesh, and she defends. Which I think is really cool.
Agreed.
I agree.
Yes.
Any cool things any of you guys still here did?
Honestly, I just was kind of like a background character this session. I said a couple of things.
Well, this is
I think
true.
it was funny for me taking credit for fucking Bel's letter.
Hey,
Yeah.
in character, like, oh, hey, this ammunition we just got and happened to go in the right order. I get to exploit it. So there you go.
See, I was like, I was gonna go there and I was gonna tell them about the letter, and then that one popped up, and I was just like, well, I can just use this to fucking. I'll make this part of me. Yeah, I did that.
Indeed.
I think Tom getting with his grandsire and finally hashing it all out.
Yeah,
we now
absolutely.
know.
That shit is funny. By the way,
My favorite part about that was Tom going, I don't need to know anything else. We're good.
It was like, is there anything else you want to ask him? You have him right here. It's like, I don't think I want to know anything else.
Good
I forgot
answer.
what Tom. Yeah. The things I'm curious about, maybe I shouldn't know.
They're secret spy shit? He hasn't outright told me about it yet, so maybe I just shouldn't know.
What did that Hardestat guy ask my sire to do in World War II Europe? What was that? Can I know, please? I want to know what the most powerful person in Vampire Land wanted my dad to do.
Why? So you're just like, why? 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 And after a moment, you just hear like a fucking gun rack.
How
He's
close
asking
was
why all the way down.
How close
you
was
just,
guys
like,
to
you just-
Hardestat? Can I get close to this Hardestat guy?
You
No?
just hear like a poing, like he just gets shot in the heart with a fucking stake.
The crossbow from like
Yeah.
just a ghoul walks up like super calm and just fucking like shoots him in the back like through his heart.
It just fucking everybody in the room, especially Jackie, just goes Hardestat, interlink, fucking pull out Steve.
Interlinked.
But those were good ones to have for sure, and I will throw one more on there in that I particularly liked how of the various people interacted with the Powell conversation went pretty not super deep, but everybody kind of had their attention on what was going on, even if they didn't say too much. Everybody was reacting to either the memes or fucking when somebody said something funny.
We're gonna send Antonesh to Mom Fuck House. That's where I got out of that conversation. We're gonna make Antonesh suck our Vardenfell.
Going to the big Vardenfell in the sky, dude.
Yeah. That was
Go
more
get
the,
a big Mom Fuck House in the sky.
that was more the Lonsel conversation. I will take it. But now, my favorite question. What is something your character learned this session as we look at the core of Fiber V? And I'm wondering who's gonna fucking speed shout it out first.
Okie dokies in a super bunker? Question mark? Dude, the bottom of Fiber V looks like a fucking Resident Evil, like, Umbrella laboratory, dude. You're gonna walk down here, hit a pressure plate, and the fucking laser fence is gonna come out.
Yeah, like, yeah.
You
Honestly,
didn't
I
even
want to
go
do
into
like
side
fucking-
rooms.
Yeah, I want to do like a wits and awareness like next session just to see how many traps are set up here.
Ah, shit. I mean, I'm still gonna give you the half on your wits and firearms. There are emplacements in this room. So someone got this far and got down the second elevator to come out of the other elevator and start getting
Charles
shot
just, like,
again.
looks around, he just does like a whistle, and he's like, "Damn."
Gotta give me one of these.
Yeah.
I really think the clan that Chris is, descended from
really funny. Extremely funny.
It is
Did,
a twist long in the making.
did he outright say it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Super funny.
Dude, you're a Liger person.
Of course you know. Fucking, my name is Zora. I mean, I wanted to make it like at least kind of ambiguous, so I threw in some of the other adjacent clan like La Sombra and fucking also Tremere, so like it balanced out, but I guess the call of the Liger's too strong.
Hello, I am Camarilla. I am here to do Camarilla things.
I'm an all-American businessman.
Yeah.